Hello! Welcome to Diecast Destiny. Finally, sorry about that. We had some technical difficulties, but we've worked out. Some of us, Matt, are a little bit hungover.
Yeah.
I feel attacked.
Oh.
My name is Craig. I'll be your Dungeon Master this evening. We've got Jack, Sirrah, Trey, Jared, Jess, Matt, and Andy joining us. Oh yeah, Jared's not in his seat at the moment. That's all right.
I'll be back.
But we do have one quick announcement to throw out there before we jump into things. Jess?
Oh, hey!
Hey!
I don't know where that came from. Well, hi, everybody! Yeah, I do have a little announcement. Well, I mean, mostly I just want to give some love.
Throwing some love out there.
Huh?
Throwing some love out there.
Yeah, throwing out the love. We have had a few folks subscribe to our channel, like take monies and go, here you go, for 5 whole months.
That's a lot of months.
So I wanted to give some big thanks to the Muzz, our lovely mod.
Hey!
And
thanks,
also
Muzz.
Jax.
We love you. Hey!
Yeah!
We love you too.
But yeah, seriously, super appreciative of that and all the work that you do as our mod. Muzz, thank you. I love you.
Take the compliments. You
Yeah.
big,
God damn it.
you big
Yeah.
hairy, delicious
Take 'em
man.
around, thank you.
We see you.
Yeah. you're right there.
Peekaboo,
We see you.
Muzz.
Oh my. All right.
Nice.
Well, let's go ahead and jump into tonight's. Actually, real quick, I do need to say something because we are changing some things that we have been doing as far as rules. D&D 1, the playtest material has just come out, a little bit of it, and we're going to be using some of it, not all of it. But if you see things that are weird or different, it's because we're using some D&D 1 stuff.
So change the rules, brah.
Yeah, or 1 D&D. Which one is it? I don't remember. It doesn't matter.
It's like the Xbox One or something, right?
We're evolving.
Yeah.
Go backwards.
Yeah, eventually D&D Series X
Oh,
and
no.
Series S.
The
So
light
confusing.
the light slimline version of D&D.
Yeah, that doesn't work very well.
Yep. Overheats
Then the
constantly.
D&D note too that explodes.
Technology's bad.
Oh man.
We all just drop. No, Matt, why?
Oh, Jesus,
Technology is
like
great until it isn't.
that. Right. All right. So we'll go ahead and jump into the roleplay warm-up question. That's where I ask the players a question to get them into the mindset of their characters. I ask them to answer as their characters. So, with that in mind, describe a moment where you felt like a villain. Do you regret it? We'll start with Kerianna. That face.
Can you come back to me? I'm like the nicest. I try to be the nicest person, so I don't know if my stuff will.
Doesn't necessarily mean that you were a villain. It's just that you felt like a villain.
one. Yeah, still come back to me. I've been thinking about it
Okay.
for a bit. So
Cecily. Come back to you too?
I don't know if I want to share this yet.
Do you have another moment? I do know what you're talking about, though. It is-
Oh.
I think I might have some
Secrets.
ideas. Pieces
You don't.
together. It's all canon in my head.
And there's a clue. It probably involves fire.
That couldn't possibly be it. Not from the fire druid.
What?
No, I'd say most of the time, I guess I did feel kind of like a villain when I burned down that acre of forest in our village.
Do you regret it?
Of course I do. It was an act of rage and uncontrolled emotion, and there it went.
All right. Kish.
Oh, this one time when I was little, and my Aunt Kalinda, she'd made this brambleberry pie for my cousin Eric's birthday. And I wasn't supposed to get into it, but it was smelling really good. And I just wanted a taste, but I ended up eating like half of it. And they cried when they saw. I felt really bad. So,
Aw.
that one.
Nice. Valiant.
Could you repeat the question for me, please, so I have like it verbatim in my head?
Yeah, sure. Describe a moment where you felt like a villain. Do you regret it?
I don't. I think that the only people who have never truly felt like villains are the villains themselves. All of us have made mistakes. All of us have regrets. All of us wish we could change. The only answer I'm comfortable giving is, in my second year of my schooling, I had just learned how to scry, and I used it for nefarious purposes. I knew I was going to fail a test, so I used my ability to take in the answer to the test. I've regretted it ever since.
Not where I thought that was gonna go.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna go straight at peeping.
Yep,
Oh
that's
boy.
what I thought we were gonna hear.
I thought we were gonna hear another cheese pun.
Should just always expect cheese puns, yes.
That definitely
That's
would
fair.
have caught me if you had one.
All our notes.
All
I
right.
love that one. That was a good one.
That was a good one. Rin.
Yeah, I suppose so. I was still a bit young. It was my mom's birthday, and so I went down to the shop to kind of look around, see if there's anything that I wanted to get her. I saw something, but didn't have the money at the time, and it was about a week out. So I said, alright, I'll go make some money and come back and buy it. A few days later, come back, and the shop owner had raised the price on it. Which, you know, I mean, it happens. So I asked for a discount, and he just said, nope, sorry, price is what it is. And it just pissed me the fuck off. So, later that night, I broke in and stole it, along with a few other things. That's really not a big deal, but I was really angry, so I didn't stop there. I started a rumor in town about the shop owner, and it ended up costing him his shop, and he had to move out of town. At the time, I didn't really care. I didn't feel bad for him. I was really angry. I really wanted to get my mom that gift. And now looking back on it, yeah, that was probably pretty fucked up.
Follow-up question. What was the rumor?
I told everybody he was a Yahtzee. See, there are these humans who believe that humans are the best race of them all. Anyway, this little group of humans did a whole bunch of genocide. It's not really looked, it's not favorable.
Huh. As in Y-A-Z-I, Yahtzee.
Yeah, there's an H in there, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. See.
Yahtzee.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I thought he was a boat supremacist.
Yeah. Yahtzee.
Zing. Good.
That was good.
They're a band
Nice.
of roving dice rollers.
You can't trust them, that's for sure.
Doesn't
Clank.
that describe us?
Yeah, it does.
Can't trust y'all either. Clank.
Well, again, probably the time I relentlessly pursued a innocent werewolf for a series of killings when it turned out to be some random creepy guy instead. Why do we keep bringing this up?
You do.
We don't, you do. You just happen to place that same specific memory to everything.
Well, buddy,
It must be that traumatic.
do you have some feelings that you need to unpack, or get you
Probably.
a therapist?
I am a great therapist. Just, yeah. Come lay on my couch.
I might take you up on that.
I have drugs.
I might take you up on that too.
Alcohol.
Yay!
I will take you up on that. Well, not today. I'm actually-
Depression naps and froyo. We have it.
That sounds delicious.
Yeah.
Both of those.
Mm-hmm.
Depression naps are my favorite.
All right. So next up would be Dost. However, it turns out Andy will not be joining us this evening. He's having too many technical difficulties. Sorry, Andy. We're going to miss you. But let's go back to Kerianna.
Okay. All right. I don't regret this. I'm going to start it out with that.
Okay.
So,
Damn, it went from I don't do nothing wrong to
I was
I-
a villain.
No,
and I
it's
didn't
one
see
of
it.
No regrets.
it's one of those where you hide it. You're like, I don't want to have this memory, but then you remember it and you're like, you know what? No. I don't regret that one bit.
that's the spirit.
So we were at the archery range, and I was with my classmates, and one of them just, that's the thing. All of our classmates were of different classes, like, poor, rich, those
Sure.
type of classes.
Mhm.
And my two friends had, like, just a basic bow, right? This one over here is like, oh yeah, I got the fancy bow. I'm gonna be great. This is gonna be great today. I am gonna get all bullseyes and just going on and on and on about it. I got fed up with it, and whenever it was time for me to shoot, I was like, you know what? Let's see just how good this bow is. And I turned and I pointed my bow towards his bow, and I broke his bow in half with one shot. I don't regret it one bit.
Bad ass.
Got him.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Don't fuck with Kerianna, Jesus Christ.
Nice. Alrighty. Well, with that, let's go ahead and jump in to some D&D. D&D.
It's D&D.
When last we left off, the party had just finished telling Grandma Maeve all about their adventures. That's when you found out time between the Feywild and the material plane was more of a soup, and it was untelling when you'd get back. Seemingly in need of the services of an archfey, Clank made the unfortunate call to enter into a bargain with Herseth. Asking this archfey of questionable morals for a fix to all the party's Feywild problems, Clank did not expect what he would be giving up. With a tough decision at hand, the archfey decided to give you the night. Use your time to do some research at the local library of Mathena Enor, finding some interesting bits of information, but nothing that would solve your immediate needs. You called it a night. Upon waking, Clank was quickly visited by a most unwanted guest. The archfey had come to collect. After a few attempts to escape disaster, Clank gave in and accepted the bargain. With a final moment of trickery, the archfey sent you back to the material plane far sooner than you had intended. Suddenly, you were in Aelrindel, home of the High Elves, and your close friend Kerianna. While back in town, she introduced you to her childhood home and, with William, paid a visit to her local place of business, where she received another assignment. Meanwhile, the rest of you hit up a bar to drink your feelings. And this is where we pick back up. You've all finished at the bar after a night of drinking and have managed to make your way back to Kerianna's home. Thanks to the fact that you didn't go too far. Kerianna, you and William finish up at the Crystal Athenaeum and head back home, where you see everyone waiting outside. What would you like to do? The lot of you.
Y'all good?
Kerianna!
Oh,
We had fireballs.
Oh. What's a fireball?
It's a drink. I might have fucked up. And
I'm not fucked up. You're fucked up.
that is what I mean.
It's all fucked up.
I think we should all take a good sleep then, maybe.
Oh, I'm fine, but I got them a little fucked up. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I say it's a deserved break.
They were little drinks. They were just little.
So small, but they did so much.
But that was drinks. There's a S at the end of that.
Yeah.
They were just little.
I knew what I was doing.
I'll ask Cal.
Looks at Ren.
How many?
How many did you have?
Come on, guys. Let's go inside. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna like get a shoulder under Cecily's arm, and with the other arm just kind of like hoist up Kish. Just kind of like, all right, come on, get him inside.
Come on, Clank. Let's go inside.
Okay.
Yeah. William, can you? I know you can't really help much, but can you help me guide him in?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get him. Then I'm gonna pick up her
No,
while
no,
she's
no.
holding all of them.
Nope.
They asked me to get you. I'm just gonna pick you up. It's okay.
Nope. I'm all right, buddy. I'm all right.
Click, we're gonna get you. You're fine. All right. All right, come on.
I'm getting mixed signals here.
You're good. Don't worry about it. We're gonna help you get into the house.
Yeah, I think it's time for a little nappy nap, buddy. How do you feel about that? Feel good about
I'm
a
not
nappy
even
nap?
tired.
You wanna have a little lay down?
Yeah, I think we should keep drinking.
Your floors are nice.
They are.
These floors get so dirty.
Be a shame if anybody painted them.
Oh, jeez.
Why would you paint floors? Where
And
did
then
you
have
even
to
grow up?
explain to my parents why the floors are painted.
I meant.
Her parents, Ren.
All right.
Think of her parents.
I'm just gonna.
I mean, my mom appreciates art. I'll give you that.
Think of the children, Ren.
Yeah, think of me.
I can't.
I just whisper
Starts, like,
drunkenly in your ear, just like, just think of the children. Then pass out.
Red just like stares slack-jawed for a minute and then looks at Kerianna. Where were those rooms?
They're this way. Come on.
Am I supposed to carry that one now?
No, you are walking by yourself. You are not carrying anybody.
Okay.
Just
This kinda
follow
feels like
me.
flying.
We are gonna have to go upstairs, so take it one step at a time.
I mean, Cecily gets to sleep down here. Why don't I?
She doesn't. Just get your ass up the stairs.
Seems valid.
That's a genius.
That's my line.
Missed opportunity, bud.
All right. Those of you that are alcoholed, you eventually make it to your rooms or somewhere pass the fuck out.
We make sure they're in beds for sure.
Yeah. Rin, are you drunk?
Or no. That's the fun thing about Ren. Ren will nurse a drink all night long, but will just continually be like, "Here you go, here you go, here you go."
Oh, you sneaky. We got played.
So where they're drinking more than one, you're just drinking one.
I don't think I got played. Ren bought all the drinks.
Yeah, like a couple of drinks, but definitely not nearly as many as them.
All right. Is there anything else that those of you that are sober would like to do this evening before you take a long rest? That being Kerianna, William, and Rin.
I'm gonna exclude the.
We got a new
Everybody else
3
is
drunk
walking.
skateers set.
Yeah, after tucking them in, I'm gonna quietly close the door back out into the hall and go find Kerianna for a minute.
Sure.
I'll be in my room, so I showed you guys where my room is, so that's
Yeah,
good.
so I'll just go in.
Show you guys my room.
You like it?
Get back in bed.
That's my inspiration board from high school.
Those are all my archery posters.
Oh, and here's my first place award, and I got these medals, but they're not as great. But I still got them.
This isn't a
Do you
bad
have
room.
a Backstreet Bugbears poster?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Amazing.
So you find Kerianna.
Hey. Oh. Nice room.
Thanks.
So, are your folks not around? It's cool that we're here, right?
Oh yeah, it's totally cool. They're when I left the first time, they were like, "Oh yeah, just come whenever. We may or may not be home. You know the drill." But home is home. So yeah, they're totally cool with it.
That's really nice. So what'd you guys find out, you and Wally? Y'all went to the library, right?
Yeah. Jax forgot.
Should I ask William?
He's the one with the memory.
That's true.
I actually got stopped by the person that we were talking to and had a little bit of a issue with the fact that the last assignment that I was on took me a little longer, and I have to figure out when to talk to them about that. You know, tell them that I was saving the world and whatnot.
Oh shit, you're not gonna get fired, are you?
No. If I did, I would just be like, yo, Queen. Hey, what's up, lady? Can you fix this for me?
I mean, you gotta have a work-life balance, so... You know,
Things
whatever.
happen.
Yeah.
And this is a big thing. If I didn't do what I did, there would be no job to come back to.
Yeah, they should be giving you a raise, honestly.
But yeah, I have another assignment, so I'm gonna have to read that. But Walliam would have more info on what we found, because he was very, very interested in learning.
Cool.
But we did find...
Alright, I'll go talk to him. Let me know if you end up needing any help with your work assignment, I guess. If that's, like, allowed, I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's allowed. They don't care how I get the artifacts, as long as they get the artifact in the end.
You know what? I don't think I ever realized what you do. It sounds really interesting,
Oh,
so I'll ask you about it later.
cool.
I'm gonna go find William. Ren just...
Didn't I spend that entire time learning the spell?
How long would it have actually taken you to learn the spell?
10 hours.
Okay, so yeah, you would have spent. I mean, you can break that time up. I'm okay with that. Of course. So I suppose it's possible that you would have spent the entire time learning the spell. Yeah.
He did.
I think that was the plan last time. I believe, and I think you got there early enough, so we'll say yes. As long as you go ahead and spend the money for the spell, then yeah.
Yeah, I already deducted that. I just wasn't sure if Walliam would have been present to have learned what we're talking about, right?
Ren's gonna go find William.
What do you
Just
mean?
so you guys know, for like the last 30 seconds, I was gone.
Oh.
Is going on today with the internets?
Yeah.
It happens like every once in a while. My video will drop out if I go to a different window, even if it's not a browser window, because I have like 5 things open.
Right.
But yeah. After assignment and you don't know what I do for a living, but it sounds interesting, it went...
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Ren went to find William, and then we've been discussing. So I think your question was if you were learning the spell at the library, like if you stayed there to learn it, and whether or not you came back to Kerianna's place.
No, I definitely came back to Kerianna's place. I was just wondering if Walliam would have... And I, as a player, don't really know what we're talking about with what we learn.
Oh.
I don't remember.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'll click. Ren finds William. Hey, you guys went to the library. You were looking for something to help Clank in his memory. Did you come up with anything, or?
Ah, yes, there's a spell I'd heard of that I was able to find relatively easily and transcribe to my spell book. I think it should allow me to create a facsimile of the memories that Clank... I suppose if he loaded them upwardly into my mind, if he uploaded his memories into my mind, that could be that's a strange term. But anyway, that I could then
Sounds
downwardly
oddly
load those
sexual.
memories back into his mind. It would not be... I don't think...
He down.
I don't think it would be a full... It might not have the fidelity of the memories he himself had once held, but it would be a very accurate representation of the memories as I experienced them.
Oh, well, that's something, at least. I'm glad to hear that you've got that at least.
Unfortunately, I don't know. Memory is such a tricky thing. These will be discrete memories. They won't have the networked connections of everything that he had experienced with Loon. But they'll be the greatest hits of his memories.
I think I follow. I'm gonna smile and nod.
Well, suffice it to say, tomorrow we can experiment with this and see just how well it works.
Cool. Awesome. Well, I kind of got the rest of the team a little shit-faced, so they're napping. But I'm assuming that you and Kerianna have got a plan for tomorrow, or are we winging it? I'm down for winging it.
I suppose we'll have to wing it before we can discuss at greater length what we intend to do. I know that there was an intended audience with the spring here to inform them of what's going on in the Feywild. We must try and restore some of Clank's memories. We must sample some of the local cuisine, of course.
That's a must. Alright. Well, that's a pretty good loose plan. I think we'll roll with that.
Yes. I could certainly use a rest myself, though. I've been hitting the books pretty hard. Before I turn in, though, I feel like I am obligated to tell you, I may have made things worse with you and Rosalind. During that sending series, before we were dealing with the Archfey. But I'm sure it'll work itself out. It's no big deal. She really should be more angry at me than she would be at you. Well, about time to turn in and hit the sack. So see you in the morning, Ren.
Rin, instead of backing out of the door, slowly steps in and closes it behind them.
Oh shit.
What did you do?
I overstepped my boundaries. I thought that something of a firmer touch rather than a more pleading tone was necessary. Nothing threatening, nothing extortion-y. I wouldn't say I tried to bully her into helping you and thus helping us. I presumed I had more knowledge of her than I did. Do you know her true name? I'm simply asking if you know her true name. I'm not asking you to tell me.
No, it's a very good question. I'm honestly not sure. I think I do. I'm just... Ren pauses for a moment and then just gently sets their hand on William's shoulder and then gives it a light pat. It'll be alright. It'll be alright. We'll be okay. It's cool. She probably just thought you were like joking around or something. It'll be alright. We're fine. It's cool. She's not gonna do this. No, we're not gonna die. It's cool. I'm gonna go to bed. Bye.
I'm sure we can make this better in the future, but yes, a good night's sleep I think would do all of us fairly well right now. Well, see you in the morning.
Close the door. On my way out. Go to my room and scream into a pillow.
Nice. Good. Anything else?
I'm just gonna sit on my balcony because I has a balcony to look over everything because, you know, of course I do. And I'm gonna open up my scroll.
All right.
Ooh, what's this assignment?
So, as you sat on your balcony over the last few nights, it's been this perpetual twilight, as you know, and so sitting out here and looking out at the perfect view of the stars, it's really comforting. You're used to this view, and you're back. The scroll. I will send you a message.
What? We don't get to know.
Talk to Kerianna.
Oh, we will.
I was gonna say, you guys know, like, 2 of you know I have an assignment now, so, you know.
I mean, like, Ren heard you. But does Ren really understand?
Oh, Ren.
No, Ren.
Just you're so pretty. Just shh.
Pretty of face, empty of head.
As you all get some form of sleep tonight, you may all take a long rest. Those of you that were wicked drunk, I would like you to make some Constitution saving throws, please.
Oh boy.
Wicked drunk, yeah.
How
Oh,
bad
wicked
is the
drunk.
hangover?
And here he comes.
Oh no. I rolled a 2.
Blast genius.
Okay.
Well,
Nope.
I don't think that'll help.
Gish.
Yep.
You went harder than usual.
I don't really drink that stuff.
Might be the fact that Rin was just kind of handing them out to you, and you are not used to this. Cecily and Clank, if they hadn't handed them out to you, you probably would have bought them anyway. You're used to this. You're all right.
I think that's the highest I've ever rolled on a con save from being drunk.
Fireball agrees with you.
Apparently.
Kish,
I mean, fire is in the name.
please take 1
That's
point of
true.
exhaustion.
Damn it. Where is
Fuck,
that
been
on
there.
here? Yeah, but
And
now I
there,
know.
right now.
But now I know it's not for everything. I know it's not for everything this time.
Oh, this is what 1 point of exhaustion
Did you
feels
find it?
like.
Just like that.
It kind of puts things in perspective.
Like, yeah, okay, this makes sense.
Let me get the hungover hair going.
There you go.
You all wake up after a comfortable night's rest. Aside from Kish, it's not so comfortable right now, but you got rest. By the time you do wake up, however, everyone else is already awake. As you walk downstairs, looking for folks, a little disheveled. You find everyone in the dining room already enjoying breakfast.
Hey
Not
there,
so
Kish
disheveled.
Cakes. How you feeling?
I think I like ale better.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
I think that smells too strong right now.
Like, kind of backs away from the breakfast table. Goes a little green.
Just like hand Kish like a cup of water and like the blandest roll that can possibly, just like bread basically, just like, here, just go eat this. Slowly, don't pound the water and don't just stuff it, and just nibble at it and just sip it. You'll feel better later.
And
Or
Feel
just,
like
also,
a bunny.
slumps against the wall and slams to the floor with it. Like,
avoid anything cinnamon flavored.
For a while, probably.
I don't want to smell that again.
Fireball hangovers. Ugh.
Hey, you want a cinnamon roll for breakfast?
Yes, we're all here. What next?
I
And
hadn't got that far.
by the way, as Red is like casually, talking to everyone, they're just like staring at William. Yep. So you got an assignment, Kerianna? Did you read it?
I'm sending the message.
As I look at Craig.
Oh, did I read it?
Yes, I definitely read it and know everything within. The contents thereof are locked in my memory forever.
Makes sense. Checks out. I know we.
I don't want to drop again, so I'm using my phone to read messages on Discord.
Oh, that's
Nice.
smart.
resourceful.
I know there were some things that we all wanted to do today.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was.
Well,
Oh, go ahead,
sorry, go
Wally.
ahead.
No, you.
Well-
you first.
Clank, if, there's no time like the present, unless you're incapacitated, of course, but we can try this method, that I researched yesterday to give you back some of the memories that you lost. If you would like to try that.
Let's do it.
We gonna attempt that right now?
Do I need to lay down or something?
No. Just stay in your chair. William's gonna get up,
I need to
walk
lay down.
around the table to him.
Oh, it's just four
Orpheus.
people.
Still eating the bread.
Okay. Clank, I need you to close your eyes, breathe deeply, clear your mind. And normally I would ask your forgiveness for this, but if this works, you won't remember and I won't need your forgiveness. And then William's going to slap him in the face.
Oh shit! Ren like sits up. It's watching like intently now.
Okay, there the spell goes. So now I'm casting Modify Memory, and the memory of being slapped by a tiny little halfling hand should be replaced by a vivid one-to-one recreation of the memory of the time that Clank and Loon first met.
Okay.
I was stabbed shortly after.
It's true.
Twice.
That it was thematic, huh? Pain for
Right.
pain.
Clank, do you attempt to reject this happening?
I'm there's the initial like what the fuck when I get hit. But then I'm guessing I just kind of like, glassy-eyed, stare off into the wall.
You trust William.
Okay. 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 So I'm just reading the spell really quick.
Anticipation.
Yeah, it's a long one. There's a lot of words there.
Oh, whoa, yeah. That is a lot. I just looked over at it.
4 paragraphs. That's too many.
Yo,
Come
I
here
just
for
used
homework?
my journal. Woo. I put my assignment in my journal. Woo.
Although I suppose reading this, like, everyone in the room is getting a word-by-word description of the memory that I need to give to Clank. So it's a good thing we started out with the meeting and not that final night
Of whatever.
Yeah.
Of whatever happened, because we don't know. And we'll never know.
I mean,
Or
actually, William does.
All right.
You guys might want to do the rest of these in private.
Yeah, but it's also good if we find out that they do work.
It's a good test run.
Okay. Clank. Shortly after he slapped you, or did he slap you? Either way, you remember meeting Loon. Though it is a little fuzzy.
It worked. Sort of.
What worked? I don't
The spell.
Oh, yeah. I thought William was just softening you up.
It's apparently allergic to it.
Apparently so.
Well, okay, so... trial run successful. We know that it worked. Now... in the future, we will have to be careful. If you find yourself being the subject of a remove curse or a greater restoration spell, it will remove these memories from you.
Only if that's if that's the target of the spell. Like, you have to
The
say
intent.
you want that's the intent of the spell, because it doesn't just blanket remove everything. You have to pick a thing for it to remove.
Oh yeah, it can only be like one thing it's done.
Kind of
Yep.
like how you've had greater restoration or such done on you for like hangovers and such, but it didn't remove your eat everything curse until you
Yeah.
did that intentionally. Okay. Do we have that understanding right, Mr. Bossman? Is our logic sound?
Let's see. I'll say yeah.
I believe you have to know what it is you're restoring.
Yeah, it could be argued because this spell just says a remove curse or greater restoration spell cast on the target restores the creature's memory. That it just will, and that it might not if you don't choose to do it. But we'll go ahead and rule in favor of it just won't unless you choose to do it.
It says the true memory. Would that negate what?
Oh,
Or
since it's already a
fake it.
true memory, in a sense.
No.
No.
The way that modify memory works is it selects a memory and replaces it with another one. So the true memory would be the memory of William slapping Clank across
Oh,
the
I see. I
That-
see.
Understood. Thank you.
It's a tiny little like hat of like a little little podgy
No,
halfling
face.
hand.
I really want to imagine that like it rocked the fuck out of him.
He put all his
You
force
know?
into it.
Like here's what 6'6", Clank is 6'6" or something
Yep.
like that.
Yep.
6'7", I believe.
He
Giant
changed it.
giant green man getting the shit slapped out of him by a pudgy little halfling with a fro.
No, I have 6'6".
That was
I
on
will
the first recording.
I will say the greater restoration. I will allow you to not choose to do that. However, the remove curse, there's no choice in that one.
Noted.
So don't get cursed.
Literally.
I mean, technically, isn't wear Clank a curse?
Yeah, I don't actually want to get remove curse cast on me anyways. But I think after, well, no, never mind. That doesn't work that way. I'll say I think after a period of time, it gets harder.
Like
to
it sets
remove.
in.
Yeah. But I think remove curse might still work.
It removes all curses.
Unless you're a
Nice.
natural born lycanthrope.
You can be born that?
According to the rules for, like, on the lycanthropy page.
Do you?
But I mean,
Today we learned.
there you go.
Do you feel any different?
Conflicted, but yes.
Ren leans in. Did this jog any other memories? Like when we met?
Unfortunately, there's nothing to jog. They were stolen.
I mean, oh. That's a shame.
Maybe if you do more, William, it'll be enough.
I really don't know. We're in. Memories are fucking weird. So we're in somewhat uncharted waters here. However, as I proceed, these memories are going to get a little more intimate, shall we say? So perhaps Clank and I should proceed in a more private setting, with less of an audience.
Well,
Aww.
if you're finished with breakfast, we can start now.
I'm never finished with breakfast, or any meal. But yes, I've had enough. We can remove ourselves to, I don't know, is there like a drawing room? A sitting room?
Oh, yeah.
A cellar?
Hell yeah.
There's all the rooms in this house.
Probably all of them.
There's a billiards room. There's even something called a
Billiards.
movie theater.
It's got
Yeah, so
giant
you,
beanbag
you,
chairs.
you cast illusions on the wall.
Nice.
One of those
This
trinkets your
place
parents
is
picked you.
huge. They actually have a modified memory room? Why did they think that they would need that?
Yeah. I'll pick up William and just shoulder him.
Okay. All right.
Wonder
You
why that
all-
guy puts up with that.
Go off to do your thing in another room. Meanwhile, Kerianna has been delivered her. She is ready.
Excellent.
Now those two have gone off for private time.
Compatible.
I'm sure they are, Kish.
Jax.
Does the dining room area have like a balcony off of it?
Oh yeah, most of the rooms do. Definitely the front of the house, like where you go upstairs. There's like a little walkway that goes to like a front balcony for the house. My parents
Cecily wants to
love
be polite, not
balconies.
smoke inside.
Just want to go outside.
Head outside.
Just like looking over the like the view, like the hibernating bales and shit. Just like taking it in and shit, remembering stuff.
And kind of like
That's
just
great.
watches her from the table.
It's peaceful, and you see, as you sit there or stand there, leaning on the rail, whatever you choose, you see a skyship flying by. Not super close, but close enough that you can see some people on it. Eventually disappears out of view. Carry on.
Just sit there wishing that was the Lucy, knowing that it's not, but wishing that it was.
What's
Carry
that
on.
scroll?
Yeah.
Kerianna?
Oh yeah, my scroll. Well, I read this, and you know what? I wanted to know what comes to your mind first when I read this. Okay, so here, let me read this for you. It says, "In the heart of the fertile desert has been an uprising of sorts of the undead. Whoever is at the heart of this has a book with the knowledge to bring back the undead in a higher form. Recover that book." Who does that remind you of?
Don't remind me of anybody.
Well, I know you wouldn't know, but Kish, who does that?
don't know
Mouthful
what
of
I
the
know.
bread.
Do you think Grixis finished teaching the Arcanoloth?
I don't know, but Grixis is the first person I thought of when I read that.
Yeah, and that's
But he
what the
wouldn't call
fox
it up.
guy wanted him to teach him.
Now that you mention that, oh god, not again.
It has been a while, and he said he was a really fast learner.
He did.
Fox guy? What are y'all
We
talking
went.
about?
We fought this Arcanoloth, and he said his name was the Arcanoloth, and he stole our friend because he wanted to learn stuff, and that was what he wanted to learn, was how Grixis could make friends like better than Bill and Ted.
Yeah, he made a friend that was like, "Oh yes, I am this person. I know what I want. Blah blah blah."
I want to take over the world.
Uh-huh. So you think somehow this Fox guy and Fix This are like tied into
Grixis.
right? Yeah, that's why I said Fix This. You'll think that he's tied into your your. I'm lost.
Okay, so basically, I need to find a book. The book is, the knowledge to bring back the undead at a higher form. The Arcanoloth is very big on writing things down and like knowledge, and learns, like his shed, learns really fast. So, you know, he could have put it in a book and started teaching, you know, his followers. We don't know, but still, at the same time, that's not something that's good. But the thing, like, that's why I'm definitely on with Kish saying that if anything, it could possibly be the Arcanoloth. Who knows? But definitely could not be Grixis. He wouldn't start an uprising, would he?
I mean, depends on what he's getting. I mean, people will do a lot for what they desire.
You know, I don't even think we ever fully understood Grixis's desire, purpose. Either way, gonna have to find my way to get that book.
Wasn't the Arcanoloth supposed to let him go after they were done?
Yeah. So, I mean, if it is the Arcanoloth, Grixis is probably off on his own, you know, doing Grixis stuff. So, there could be, I don't know. We may run into him. That'd kind of be nice.
She kind of slumps a bit, thinking that he didn't come back if he was done.
I don't think the Arcanoloth would get rid of him. Loon would know.
What if he broke his promise and he's keeping him?
Well, then if that's the case, and we're going to take that book, we're going to also rescue Grixis, because...
Yeah, because why not?
He's part of the family.
I love the snap.
Well, since William probably made Rosalind hate me even more, and she's probably never gonna speak to me ever again.
What?
Huh? I don't know. He said he made her mad.
How?
Actually, honestly, I don't think he did it. I think it was me. I think me having him speak for me might be the problem. In any case, since I'm probably not going to be seeing her for a while longer, I'd be happy to help you with your fix this book problem.
Grixis.
Yeah. Why do you keep correcting me?
You say fix this, and his name is Grixis.
Oh.
He's Grixis.
And he's great.
My bad.
Thanks the tiger, not Grixis.
But they're played by the same person.
That deep, deep sigh of like, came out of him. Anyway, yeah, I'll be happy to help you.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, I got nothing better to do than wander. It'd be kind of cool to see the. Where did you say it is? The fertile desert?
Fertile. I never can pronounce half these names correctly. Yeah, that. The desert.
Yeah, the fertile desert.
She's a reader, not a speaker.
Thank you.
Cool.
That's why I do a job that doesn't require me to be around as many people unless I like them. If I don't have to speak, I'm good.
William's professor friend said he was going to retire somewhere in there.
Wasn't it Crescent Shadow?
Yeah, he's gonna require the crescent. Require?
It's the place that moves, right? It goes around.
Yes! And then he has a way to get to it without, you know, having to search for it. He can just bloop and be there.
Well,
Maybe they know
that's
something
handy.
about this uprising.
Yeah, and then we'll already be in the area, right?
Exactly! Oh, this assignment might take a lot less time than the last one. Granted, the last one I decided to take a longer time because I was finally with people that I actually wanted to be around, so.
Like I said, work-life balance. Well, I'm gonna go check on Cecily there. I guess holler when the guys are done banging it out. Whatever they're doing.
Yeah, totally, get you.
Rin's gonna step out on the balcony. Hey, doing okay out here?
Yeah, sure. Just taking it in. I just remember when I used to live here. Well, not, I mean, not here, but you know, on this like landmass.
Oh, you lived here in Aelrindel?
No, when I lived in Silverhill.
Oh, yeah, I see.
It's just south of here.
Right. I've been with you actually. So, you thinking about going back? I mean, like not right now, but like ever?
Back where? To the Feywild or back?
Yeah, to where your people are at.
I mean, after being there, I thought about it.
Well, I felt like we didn't really have a lot of time there, and being there was kind of an odd feeling for me. Anyways, I'm thinking about going back sometime, and I thought I'd ask if you were interested in going along. You know, it's probably safer to travel in pairs,
Well, probably, yeah.
especially there.
Well, at least we know. I think the portal here is probably not cursed to send us to go to some archphase domain. So that was just to protect the other gate.
Yeah.
And
Honestly, I can't even be mad about that.
I can't either. I mean, she was
It's
just
kind of
doing
fucking
what
brilliant.
It really is. She's a very smart lady.
Honestly, if it wasn't us, I would have found that hilarious.
Yeah, it is really funny.
Alright, cool. So, I guess you're, well, sounds like the gang's got someplace new to go.
Oh?
Yeah, Fertile Desert. So I told Kerianna I'd help her out with that, but you know, once once everything's all done and chilled, whatever. Yeah, maybe we'll go to the Feywild, hang out for a bit. It'll be like a vacation.
Yeah, as long as we don't deal with any archfey, it really will.
Exactly. Cool.
Yeah, I would love to do that. We should do it. I mean, yeah, not right now. There's a whole lot of things that need to be dealt with here, and once we're all done, yeah, I would probably actually retire there.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd retire there. I think I need to get some answers from there. But it was kind of a cool place. Maybe I would retire there.
It's very beautiful.
Yeah. And Ren just kind of starts thinking about that whole shade thing. And starts to wonder, like, I wonder how often that actually really happens. I wonder how far that spreads. Yeah, we'll visit soon. Not like too soon, but yeah, definitely soon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not at this point not ready to jump right back into that.
That whole mess.
What a mess.
Yeah. All right. Well, just wanted to check on you. I'm gonna go back in.
I'll come too. Yeah, I'll follow you.
All right, come on. And we'll walk in.
Now, Kish, what Ren meant about the whole banging is, you know, he was slapping him, you know? You bang, psh, that's what Ren meant.
Yeah, they were banging out all the kinks.
Hammering out the details.
Yeah, something like that.
Really pounding the memories into him.
Yeah, I think we just broke Trey.
Just then, you all hear the door open. The front door. Did you see that man? I can't believe. What he even... That was amazing. Simply amazing. I did, dear. It was amazing. Oh, Kerianna.
Hey!
As you see, your father and mother. You're here.
Yeah.
Welcome home.
Thank you.
Guess.
I
brought my friends. We were on a bit of an adventure, and we got sent here, and we needed a place to stay.
Yes, not a problem. Lovely to see you. If you excuse me, I have some business to attend to.
Of course. Understood.
thank you for letting us into your lovely home.
You say that as he's walking away, but he stops and he turns around. Of course. Good day.
Good day.
Proceeds away.
Damn, dude.
Elves, man.
Carry on. It's so nice to see you.
You too. Sorry it's taken me so long to come back.
It's okay. We did miss you.
I
But you're back.
missed you. Yes. And I'll come visit more often, I promise.
No worries. I'm used to it. Just like your father.
Yeah, I figured.
Oh, how long are you in?
I honestly don't know. We're trying to figure out where to go next. But, when we know, I'll let you know. I'll say goodbye.
That
I
would be
won't
nice.
leave like I left last time. I'm sorry.
All is forgiven.
You got more work.
Yeah, I have more work. I got another assignment, but they're gonna help me with it. So,
Where are you headed?
the fertile desert is where this one's at.
Huh. Interesting place. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
I am rather tired.
Oh, totally get that. Go rest.
She comes up and she gives you a big hug. Then kisses you on the forehead and then makes her way upstairs.
Bye, Mrs. Kerianna.
Lovely to meet you all.
My dad's name is Edward. My mom's name is Mildred.
You said
Huh.
Finn?
Finn. That's my last name.
I didn't. You're adopted?
Oh, you didn't know? Yes.
Cool.
I'm adopted, Ren. I am so sorry. Everybody else has known, and I just thought that I explained that to you.
No, it's totally all right. I'm adopted
Supposed
too.
to
And
know by the transitive property, because we all know, then they're supposed to know.
yeah, it happens
And-
to me all the time, actually.
And I just realized I didn't actually take you to one of the, like, meeting rooms in the house because it has a huge tapestry that has our portraits on it. And it would have explained everything that my parents don't look like me. I am so sorry. Yes, I am adopted.
You don't have to apologize. It's cool. I'm adopted too. It's just it's fun and neat to find out that we have so many things in common.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually good knowing, someone else is also adopted because then you don't have that awkward, like, oh yeah, I've known you since, yeah.
I mean, like, you guys knew I was adopted, right? You met my siblings.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned it.
Totally.
Oh,
Totally, yeah, they're not. Yeah.
Are all your siblings adopted too, Ren?
No, not all of them. Rue
No.
and Talassi are not.
Okay. Got it.
Oh,
Okay.
how many more siblings do you have?
Well, there's 7 of us in total.
Wow.
Where do you sit? In the...
Oh, I'm number 3. Yeah, and then Mom and Dad had Rue and Talassi shortly after me, and then when we got older and started leaving, they got a little lonely, so they adopted my younger siblings. It's a big family, but they're all great. If y'all ever bored and interested in meeting them, you can always.
Yeah, I don't have siblings. I have cousins that I grew up around. It was one of those things where my mom couldn't have kids. So they had the opportunity to adopt, and they adopted me. So, yeah. That's why I don't have any other siblings. So whenever I meet someone that's got a lot of siblings, I'm like, interesting.
Yeah, my parents adopted for different reasons. But yeah, I'll introduce y'all sometime. In fact, my older sister and brother have recently invited me to visit. They're north. Yeah, they're up north. I'll show you the letter sometime.
Awesome. Yeah, that'd be great.
So, do you have any siblings?
I've got plenty of like half siblings and stuff. Like
Oh.
satyrs aren't particularly monogamous, so
Monogamous?
Ren, like, is side eye listening and, like, kind of, like, leaning in.
but it's not really like a couple like gets married or anything. So it's just so I have lots of half siblings, just from the village that it's just how that goes.
You know,
Half sibling like a halfling?
no, means they have either the same mom or the same dad.
Well,
It's confusing.
Oh, only one.
yeah, something like that.
Ooh,
Half.
that sounds fun.
And you know what? I could have siblings. I have no idea. Yeah, I could have a sibling older than me, and they got adopted out because I don't know how that whole system works with Drow.
Oh, from your other parents?
Yeah.
That
from
Drez
my-
is gonna
help me.
show you something about.
Yeah. I could totally have siblings. That'd be nice if I did. Though I would be kind of worried if they were. I don't know. It'd be kind of scary to meet someone who is connected to you, but you don't. I don't know.
Ren just
Now that
like
I think about it, I'd probably be scared to meet a biological sibling.
What if Drez is your older sibling?
listening to all this. Ren just kind of like sits there and fidgets with the necklace that they like keep tucked in their blouse.
Ren, are you okay? Or you're fidgeting?
Didn't
Oh.
Drez say he was from the same area as you?
Yeah, he did. That's why we're gonna be going to the Underdark. And we're gonna end up going for an assignment, I think, right? Yeah.
He said we had to go to, was it Krigan, to get where he could go? Because he can't go where he's from, because he was...
We can't go from here to go to the Underdark, because he's technically exiled, but I'm technically from the family that's exiled. And so it would, I guess, be grandfathered in or whatever. That's a big word, I'm sorry.
We're gonna find your grandfather, too?
No, I'm sorry, Kish. I'm sorry. Scratch that. Just know I can't go to the Underdark from here. I've got to go that way. And I point, towards the direction, towards the east.
Northeast, yeah.
North. Yeah. But yeah, Ren, are you okay?
Yeah, I just you made me wonder whether or not I have siblings. I mean, like, I've got siblings, obviously. But it makes me wonder if I have more. Could be cool.
You think you'd be able to tell?
Oh, huh. You mean, like, would we look similar?
Well, that makes it even harder, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of eyes run up and down.
Oh yeah, especially for you, Ren.
Have you ever met another changeling?
Actually, no. I'd honestly kind of hoped to meet one in the Feywild. I mean,
That we could have.
yeah, apparently that's...
Without knowing it, yeah.
That is a thing that could happen, yeah. Well, it's no big deal, really. meet one eventually. I'm sure.
Wonder if you'll get some, like, just sense if you meet a sibling that you didn't meet before.
Huh. Like a little tingle in the back of my skull.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
maybe.
instinct.
Yeah. I could see that happening.
Oh.
How long are they gonna be banging?
Looks around.
Just there. We're gonna go ahead and go to break. Just a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll come out or come back and find out more about them banging.
Perfect.
Whoa, the plot thickens.
So we'll be right back. Just a couple minutes, just enough to get us a drink and to use the restroom. See you shortly. Hey, we made it back. Look at that. Great success.
Hurrah.
We all had the glorious break. So, William and Clank. You, excuse me. You all go to find a quiet room and begin William slapping the shit out of Clank.
Does it have to be slaps?
You don't remember.
Doesn't matter. You don't.
I think
Why do my balls hurt?
That's unrelated.
How much are you? Oh no! How much are you able to cast?
I can do this 3 times.
Okay.
Get your refractory period jokes in now. I can do it 3 times before I'll need a long rest to cast it again.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, is that 3 total? So 2 more times than what you just did?
Yeah, I did the 1 time in front of the group and then 2 more times in private.
Could you use your arcane recovery to get another casting?
Won't work for this, because that's only for divination spells, and this is an enchantment.
I thought arcane recovery just gave you back slots.
He's checking.
Oh, arcane recovery does I can take a short rest and do that. I was thinking of expert divination, which is, yeah, I also regain slots for doing that. But I only had, because we were in such a pressed time to transfer Clank's memories to Walliam, I only had 3 specific things written down that were the time you guys met, the last night you had together, and then just sort of a highlight reel of precious moments.
Fair enough.
So yeah, in total that should only take about 3 minutes.
Okay. So pretty. Hello.
Takes him 3 minutes, but then he can't do it again for a whole day.
Sounds about right. So you
Sorry,
gave him,
this happens to me sometimes.
so you were able to give him pretty much everything that you have.
Yes.
Sounds good. Clank, you.
It's too much.
Yeah.
You give him all you got.
The titles for this episode are really just presenting themselves.
Clank, you get back a lot of fuzzy-ish memories about Loon.
All right. Thank you, William.
Well, it's not perfect, but it's the best we could do given the circumstances.
I'll find a way to make this more complete.
Do you have any... As Ren asked you earlier after the first memory, do you have any inkling of deeper emotional attachment to these memories?
I think I need to process a few things.
Of course, understandable. I'm going to go finish breakfast.
You
He
mean
said you
have
were done
second
with
breakfast?
He said he was never done, but he could stop.
It's true.
Then how is he going to finish it?
That's an
Fine.
ongoing thing. He
What's
says
the
he's going to
sound of
finish
one
it,
hand
but there's
clapping?
no end.
One of those million things.
All right. So as you all are talking, William shows up. Clank, do you head back to breakfast too, or are you gonna chill?
I'm going to chill and, like you said, process some new things.
Sounds good.
New, old things. Things.
Yeah. It's a little weird because they are your memories, and you can tell, like, you can see yourself in these memories that you are now remembering, but you don't remember experiencing them. It's awkward.
It's kind of like when you have like a really vivid dream and you wake up and you're like, is that real?
Yeah.
Or like watching old movies from when you were a kid. You're like,
Yeah.
I don't remember
I
that,
don't remember
but
any of this.
that's me. I apparently did that.
You see videos of yourself when you were blacked out drunk. You're like, I was doing that. I don't know, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Apparently, I'm hilarious.
I love home videos.
The show Home Videos, the Brennan Small Home Videos, that one.
I love that show.
But there's definitely something missing. So, you all show back up, you eat breakfast, you finish breakfast. What would you guys like to do?
So, I remember talk of meeting some fancy pants and sampling food. Kerianna, you think your folks are gonna be okay if we have to stay here another night or two?
Oh yeah, my dad, he's crazy busy, and my mom, she's pretty chill. They're never worried about me with other, bringing other people, because they know I'm basically an adventurer, and they meet lots of people, so I don't think they have a problem with that.
I mean, they're not even home.
No, they're not. I mean, they're home now. They got home. Oh, you were, yeah. Mom and Dad.
They were
came home.
banging.
Oh, Kish. Mom went to sleep. Dad went into his office. I'll probably have to introduce you to them later. But yeah,
Stop
they're home.
repeating what Ren says.
Yeah, Kish.
Thought it meant that's how they were doing the memory thing. They said, Kerianna said it was from the smacking, and
Yeah, you guys were banging it out.
Okay.
see? What'd you think I meant?
Ren like leans back in the chair, like lounging, proud of themselves.
Corrupting Kish.
I know. It's great.
I just see like a paw reaching for your face, right?
It's his familiar.
Oh, kitty.
So, how are we gonna go about getting a meeting with the head honcho around here?
We could ask around. People know me. People be like, hey. I need to talk to this person.
Could your employer set something up for us? They might have some method of.
Maybe. I still have to talk to them about why I've been, why the last assignment took me a while. But I have to schedule that.
What about your parents? I mean, like, y'all have a really fancy pants house.
Maybe.
I just kind of imagine that, your folks are probably pretty high up there on the pecking order.
Probably. Dad's a bit busy and Mom's resting. It probably wouldn't be for a bit. That's why I say we could at least try to go around and see. they can be the last resort.
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Don't want
But
to
yeah,
put your parents out anymore, and we have to, really.
They're fine with us staying here. I know that Dad's really busy for sure. So. Yeah, let's go ahead and see about possibly. I mean, we can just go straight there. Doesn't hurt to try.
Sure. I'm on your time, baby. What?
Sorry.
I love Rand.
No one. I've never been called that.
What, baby?
Yeah.
Oh,
Were you never
sorry.
a baby?
No, I was a baby. Kish. It's another name that you can say, almost like a nickname.
Yeah, it's something you call your friends.
Yeah.
Term
Yeah,
of
that was-
endearment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Term of endearment. Exactly. I've never been called that, and so sorry. It took me a bit of
He starts calling everyone baby now.
Don't tell my secrets.
We all knew it was gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I just say it out of a, sign of respect for Kerianna. Like, you got it, baby. Yes, baby.
Thanks, dear.
Cool.
Got him.
Whatever you say, hon.
Well, suddenly, you hear, William, I've had my students researching your predicament. Supposedly, killing the Archfey in question would free you of any contracts. I'm not sure if it... And then it cuts off. But then it comes back. Would reverse anything traded in the contract, however. That goes both ways. Still, it might be worth a try. Let me know if you need further help. We've learned quite a bit and might be of further aid. The Feywild is a tricky place to visit. Take care.
Oh
I
my
just
god, I
burned
love
so many
that.
spells.
I love him. That's good. That's the friggin' best professor ever.
Love him.
I'm going to, in surprised response, probably choke on my omelet a little bit.
Is that one word or two?
No. Incoming message, everyone. Just a moment. And then send back to Oberlin. Like, thank you for your help. I'm sure it will prove to be.
Help.
I'm sure it will prove to be most helpful in future. It's. Why am I counting syllables?
I do that every
Okay.
time.
Yeah, thank you for your help. I'm sure it will be most useful in the future. We'll talk soon. And then I'm going to relay to the entire group, like, what he just conveyed to me, as far as, killing the Archfey might reverse what happened with the agreement. We
Does
don't
he
know
know-
exactly how it will work.
Does he know a wish? Does he know a wish spell? Grandma told me that the wish spell might work.
But we can still go back and kill the guy, right? Just for funsies.
That would certainly
can
make
kill
me
the guy.
feel better.
And then do the wish spell. And so no one will ever have to deal with that beep.
Yeah, but he is kind of protect gates there.
The
that's-
professor said that killing him might not reverse a contract effect already done. It would just free.
He said that it might possibly reverse it, but it's unclear, right? Am I remembering incorrectly?
That's what I thought I
Said-
heard.
He said that killing the Archfey in question would free you of any contracts. He said he's not sure if it would reverse anything traded in the contract, however, so he's unsure. But he said that goes both ways. Like anything gained, anything lost. He said it might be worth a try. Let me know if you need further help. They've learned quite a bit, and the Feywild is a tricky place to visit. Take care.
Rock on, Professor.
So if what we got from that exchange was us getting returned to the material plane of a time at our choosing, and killing him possibly undoes what people got in an agreement, that could really do some weird chronological shit.
Potentially.
Good thinking.
What if we just maim him a little bit?
Yeah, I
Volume
think
just slaps him over and over.
Only we
I
can take
think
his
a good
magic away.
maiming would work. Yeah.
I would say, Clank, that you probably do have a firm grasp of like what you've lost, memory-wise. Now having access to the few memories that you do have of Loon, so that would probably affect you, however that you think that would affect you. But the full weight of what you've clearly lost is apparent now.
Did William's thing work? Do you remember?
Yes, but not completely. I need to find another way to fill in the gaps. Anyways. Maybe I will visit the Crescent Shadow.
It sounds like we're gonna be going there for a few reasons. So yeah, it's a good idea.
Well,
Oh yeah, Kerianna, tell Clank about your job.
Yeah. I
Bust out
have
the
to-
scroll.
Yep. I have to go to the fertile desert because apparently there's an uprising of sorts with the undead, and the person at the center of it has a book that can bring back the undead at higher forms, and so I have to get that book. And seems like it's a good thing for us all to do and dismantle a big undead uprising at the same time.
Yeah, it sounds like it might be our old friend Fix This. Maybe he's gone rogue.
Grixis.
Grixis.
No, he might be in trouble.
No, exactly.
he wouldn't do that?
No. I
Right?
don't think he would do that.
Wait, you think we know where Grixis is?
Oh, Cicely, you were outside.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and I'm gonna, hand essentially
Catch her up.
scroll and be like, see, doesn't this seem like like Grixis, but not Grixis?
The Arcanoloth wanted him to teach, wanted Grixis to teach him how to do this stuff. We think maybe it's him. He's maybe set up a new fort, like, up in north.
I'm
mean,
sorry,
it's-
who is this we're speaking of?
It's most certainly his skill set, but this doesn't seem like something he would be able to do on like a mass scale like
Right.
this.
That's why we're saying, like, it's not Grixis per se. It's
Fox
the
guy.
Arcanoloth.
Yeah.
oh,
Looks
when
still
did
volume.
you befriend a necromancer?
It was after you left.
It's the friend I told you about that made friends.
Right.
Well,
We-
Grixis was our friend, and he was always wearing bandages, and he didn't like taking them off, but he took them off a couple of times, and
I guess
one
it's
time he
okay.
looked really, really not good. But yeah, he disappeared. The Arcanoloth took him because he wanted Grixis to teach him how to make better friends.
Grixis saved us in a way of, not having to, like, go through a big, huge battle by,
The last time I
saying he
saw
couldn't do
Grixis,
it.
I slapped him and called him an idiot.
Last time I saw
You
Grixis,
hugged
I
him.
lost 3 of my toes.
No offense, but this guy doesn't sound great.
He is.
He
was our
great
friend.
in his own way. Like, it's one of those you gotta know the guy and, like, get to know him. He may do things, like, unconventionally, but
He always made sparklers for kids.
oh, that was so cool. Watching the kids get all excited. Oh yeah,
Really wanted that sparkler.
they did. And it wouldn't hurt them.
You can always trust somebody who loves kids.
Well, he did make him sad that one time. He never talked about it.
Wow.
He didn't talk a lot
And he
about
didn't bang Loom's
much.
mom.
That we know for... Do we know for a fact? I don't think we know for a fact.
Yeah, he did not hit Loon's mom.
No, fuck. He said, I didn't fuck your mother.
Kish, I believe that language is a little inappropriate for you.
That's what he said.
Yeah, it's okay, Cecily. She was just coding him.
Huh.
Okay.
Well, you all just have a wealth of lore and backstories unimagined that I was completely unaware of.
I'm gonna start saying that to my friends when I learn something new about them.
Oh my god, that's perfect!
Lord.
Clip that.
Noted.
Sounds like I gotta meet your friends, especially this loon gal. And Grixis, apparently.
One time he took off his bandages and he did look pretty cool. He looked like a model who went, ooh.
You did
Who's
the
all
Zoolander
tall,
face.
dark, and handsome? Oh, it...
Rin gets, like, real
nice.
serious for a moment and, like, crouches down in front of Kish. Did he expose himself to you?
Well, his face. Like, but it wasn't to me. Who did he show that to?
Oh. Okay, cool. Just his face?
You know, he didn't talk much about himself, so I don't think
Kerianna's
he
gonna
really
look at Rin and be
exposed
like,
much about himself.
Stop leading the conversation!
I... Rin just sits back down and is like, I'm not so sure about this dude.
I did see his bones though. He has really nice bone.
One time they were polka dotted.
Anyway,
I fixed that for him, though.
oh my god.
Okay.
Fucking wow.
So do we have any more information on this uprising?
Only that it's in the fertile desert, which, I mean, most of the time when I do get this information, it's very, scarce information. I have to figure everything else out. But that's a lot of detail there, because, you know, wherever we find an undead uprising, like more undead someplace, or, hey, yesterday there was a group of undead walking through, then there wasn't there the day before, then we know, hey, that's probably where this person is, or they're probably not too far. So I honestly don't know where to start, actually.
Well, William should scry on your previous friend. It's a long shot, but it might provide some information.
I didn't
Oh, on Grixis?
Yes. Then we can either confirm or we'll know who's behind this, or if he is or isn't.
Well, it'd be easier for me to do it because I know him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this satyr's a scryer.
I completely forgot about that.
Just
Yes.
let me check if I have it prepared. I probably don't.
Well,
Do we have anything that used to be his?
actually, there were a few books left on the Lucy.
Yeah. I think those were his.
I don't.
Well, we're gonna be here for a few more days while Kerianna wraps some things up.
Yeah, we could scry on him at some point this week.
He's
We
back in
should-
this plane, yeah.
We should look into getting desert gear as well.
Oh, that place is so hot.
That is smart.
I
Oh,
wanna
I'm
go back
definitely gonna be
through
wearing
there.
those goggles.
Not a lot of trees to transport the plants.
No, but if we can go to the Crescent Shadow or Kirkwall, we'll be close.
Or, did you say you needed to go to Krigan as well? Would that be close?
The desert's big.
True.
We do have to go to Krigan for go get Mr. Dresmorland to help with Kerianna. He said that'd make it a lot faster. But do we also want to find William's professor friend to take us to the moving city thing?
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good idea. But did I hear you mention shopping?
Yeah, like I said, we'll need some different equipment.
All right.
Silk fabrics will work very well in the heat.
Good to know.
So then today we're gonna tell the ruler lady person about the shadow fell in the Feywild, right?
We're gonna try. We can at least try to go to the palace and see if we can get an audience with her. If not, I'll ask my parents to help me figure out something.
Alright, let's bang that out, baby.
Nice.
Stop repeating, Ren.
Twice, everyone keeps saying. Alright, where are you guys headed?
Sounded like to the palace?
Yeah, let's go to the palace first and then we can go shopping depending on how that goes.
Alright. You all gather what things you need or want and make your exit into the city and up to the top level where the palace is. You were on this level before. You were placed more or less right in front of the palace when you first got here. You make your way inside. There doesn't seem to be anyone stopping you from going in, although you do pass guards on the way. They don't say anything.
Pretend we own the place.
looking around, the place seems busy. High elves only are here. You see them. None of them are standing still. They're all seem to be walking with intent, one direction or another. You do see some high elves that seem to be cleaning. So even clearly among their own kind, there are some lower class high elves. Though it's clear that they don't even let any other races work here, it seems.
Huh.
They could totally just use magic to clean. They're making people do it.
Yeah. That is kind of odd, isn't it?
Maybe they're doing it for exercise.
And with that, Ren's gonna kind of casually veer and kind of walk close to where one of the high elves is cleaning,
Sure.
they're crouching, wiping it down, and just kind of reach out and casually prestidigitation.
Oh, thank you.
Ren smiles and gives a little knowing wink and moves along.
They move along to the next thing.
Are they walking the same way that I am walking?
No, they're not.
Okay. I was gonna say, this is gonna get real awkward because I'm just gonna walk at their pace and be like, prestidigitation, prestidigitation, prestidigitation.
Sure.
But since they're going the opposite way, I don't have to do that.
I upcast prestidigitation at 9th level.
Cleans everything. There's no more dirt anywhere. The world is destroyed.
Potted plants just sort of fall over.
But yeah, I guess we'll just keep on walking.
Okay. As you begin the walkthrough, no one really seems to pay much attention to you. Until someone does. Can I help you? Are you lost?
No, we are not lost. We are in need of. Well, she's gonna look at everybody like, help me. I don't know what to say.
We have an urgent message for the Queen about some trouble in the Feywild.
I'm quite certain she knows about it.
Well,
Was there anything else?
How are you certain that she knows about it when we haven't told you what the issue is?
Because I know about it.
I didn't tell you what the issue was.
Are we talking about the Shadowfell?
Oh, they
Yes.
know. We're good, guys. Let's go.
Okay, we just wanted to make sure you guys knew in case it was important.
We're good.
We are well
Is
on
it-
top of it.
Pretty bad. Okay, cool. Awesome. Thank you.
In fact, it's in the process of healing now.
Oh, good. We were worried.
Not completely. But this is not important. Need to know.
Well, hold on. Are you alright? Are you having a stroke?
I'm not.
Okay. You just kind of had a moment there.
You didn't say complete words.
Like maybe there was something you wanted to say, but then you stopped. Are you
There
sure
was,
you're okay?
and I did.
Do they need help?
They do not.
Okay.
Okay, well, if they ever do, our team has already done some amazing things in the past, and we'll gladly help.
Hmm. And who are you? And your team?
Mixed Apera. We helped destroy a mana well and saved the world from weird tiny shit.
Oh yes, give me.
Fuck you, Beam.
Excuse me. And he walks away.
Oh,
He's lying.
I thought it was impressive.
We were in the Feywild for days, and they were still gathering an army. We moved back in time, and all of a sudden they've already had it handled.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, my grandma had already sent me a message when we just got here.
Can we reach out to her and ask her what the situation is?
You sending? Looks at William. You know
Yeah.
Maeve now.
Kerianna, why didn't you tell him your name? Maybe he would have been nicer to you if he knew your parents.
I don't think that would have done anything.
Oh.
Do you see that everybody is basically the same?
Oh.
Yeah, but they're like your parents.
Yeah. Sometimes even having parents that are idols doesn't always help because I look like this. It's hard to explain.
Do we need a high elf to talk to the high elves? Because you could have just said so.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I definitely cannot do any talking in the palace because even though I know people and my parents know people, a lot of these people are very uptight
Racist.
and- Okay, to put it bluntly, yes, racist.
Kind of looks around a little less, like, admirably, like, just, ooh.
The queen is not. I mean, as far as I know, I've met her once and she smiled. A nice smile.
Met her?
I was little. I barely remember it. It's the same woman. But still. You know, graduation, the royalty comes out.
Technically, you've met 2 queens now.
You are so right!
It's more than most people get in a lifetime.
Well, so should we check in with Cecily's grandma? Make sure things are okay?
That's not a bad idea. What do you guys think?
I think we should, because he seemed nervous.
You know,
Yeah, I was picking up on that.
I can certainly contact Cecily's grandmother. I am somewhat hesitant to cast any potentially intrusive or offensive, not martially offensive, but offending the sensibilities of individuals. I'm wary of casting potentially offensive spells in this palace. I would not want to.
Oh, we don't have to do it here. We can totally do it later on. But that's a good idea to ask her for sure. I totally get that.
Well, I was with the individual we just spoke to. I was tempted to detect his thoughts, but I would be worried about doing something like that because, Kerianna, that might compromise your position
don't
here
do
in
that.
the city.
Don't do that. No.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Also, there's no telling whether he has some form of magic himself to retaliate.
Then he would know it was you, and then put two and two together, and then I'd be in trouble. Yeah.
Yes. Discretion is the wiser path for the time being.
Uh,
That being said, shall we adjourn from this palace? And I can contact Cecily's grandmother and we can verify the veracity of his claims?
I had another thought, but it's risky. Especially if I fuck up and get caught. We could get in trouble here, and I could also get in trouble with Roz. But she is a high elf, and she is noble. And I can look like her.
Oh.
Would her title and nobility be recognized in this court?
I have no clue. I honestly, I'm not entirely sure what her full title was. I never really bothered to find out.
Well, if we find out that that person was lying, we might need to get back in here.
Alright, well, maybe we'll just pocket that idea for, in case we really need it.
Agreed.
Alright, let's, give Granny a call.
Alright, where are you guys headed to make that call?
I say we go ahead and go to the market district.
Okay. Easy enough. Several levels down. You guys eventually make your way to the market. Kerianna knows it very well. Has been there many times. Bought plenty of things. William.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, are you looking for something?
Pen. I'm composing my sending message right now.
Okay. Very good. Well, regardless of that, you guys are at the market. It is bustling, and not only with high elves this time, but more darker-skinned, slightly shorter elves, much like you saw in that guard and in the various citizens in Mathena and Nor. Kerianna, you actually know these are wood elves, of course. But various other fey ancestral creatures as well. What would you guys like to do? What are you looking for?
Yeah, Clank, what did you say we're gonna need?
Lighter clothing. It's breathable. Maybe a hat. Also, some ointment to help protect you from the sun.
I'll definitely need that.
Maybe some health potions as well, just in case.
Yeah, I used a bunch on that squirrel.
Yeah, that as well. Maybe even supplies to make more.
You're all free to buy what you buy. You should still have access to do it
Shopping!
via the in-game system, or the in-Foundry system. If you don't remember to, let me know. Or if you don't remember how to, let me know.
Just had a thought.
What did you click on?
There is warm weather equipment, right? I'm not finding it.
No, it doesn't technically exist.
Okay. Well, however much that cost, I buy that.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I found cold weather clothing. Where's hot weather clothing?
So what kind of
Just
clothing
maybe
are you
modify
trying
that. Oh.
Well, what kind of clothing are you like looking for?
Just like, you know, light, breathable stuff like silks and other things like that that would be rugged enough to survive a trip through the desert.
Desert robes.
Rugged silk. Got it.
No, silk actually is very strong. They used it as a layer under armor to stop arrows.
I mean, we can buy silk rope, and it's better than hempen.
It's actually the exact same thing, it just weighs less.
Really? It's not
Yeah.
stronger?
No.
Oh, I don't know why I thought it was stronger then. Maybe it's just that it's like the next step up or next tier, whatever.
I have silk and hempen rope.
Ooh, look at you, fancy, fancy. But yeah, I suppose Ren's gonna look for lightweight silk clothes, like
Okay.
maybe a silk scarf that they can like wrap around their head and face to keep the sand out of it.
Okay.
Not necessarily any functional items, I just thought people would take the opportunity to, like, you know, outfit change if they wanted to.
Sure.
I'm also gonna buy some potions.
It would be dressed more like for South Warren stuff typically these days, and that's tends to be colder, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Would say if you did want a change of clothes for this trip, trying to change into more of a lightweight, breezier, like cotton type situation, or potentially silks if you were really wanting them. If you do want silks, it's going to be a little more expensive, but yeah, I would say probably around 10 gold, just for the whole
Okay, so
church.
10 gold for this basic stuff. What about
Oh.
silk?
I would say probably around 20 gold.
Around 20?
Fancy clothes.
I buy silk.
I copycat.
As do I.
Might as well join them.
I'll just like buy 2 square yards, and that'll be 20. Turn that into clothes later.
And can you
And a
remind
bunch
me?
of potions.
Yeah. What was the cost of the potion of healing? The greater potions of healing? Is it 100?
It should have it in there.
I found a regular potion of healing. Can we get greater?
Yeah. Oh. Only the standard one showed up in the search. But I definitely
Yeah.
have greater.
That's
Well,
pretty weird.
yeah, we've gotten potions from other people and stuff.
Okay.
I didn't know if like
fair
that was
enough.
a special buy.
Give me just a moment.
Are there any fig leaves around? I'm just so silly. Shopping, you guys, it's super exciting.
Okay.
How does one go shopping again?
Oh, on your character sheet, the vertical ellipses on the upper right. Click that and you'll have equipment store available.
Sorry, Kerianna.
You're welcome. I've done a lot of shopping.
Greater is 150.
150, you said?
Yeah. Superior, which is likely the highest one that you're able to find, is 750.
Oof.
I brought money if anyone needs any. It's not the party fund, so it's not all the money, but it's enough.
Hey, you know all that time I spent cleaning up our place?
Yeah?
You think maybe we can pay out on that a little bit? You could help me pick up a few potions?
Yeah, of course. How much do you need?
I don't know yet. See if I can haggle a little. And
Okay.
go to the shopkeep and see if he'll offer us a discount or give us a discount.
Got like 400 and something platinum and like 50 gold on me right now.
Ren has like already started to like kind of turn their focus elsewhere, and then Kish says that they go,
Probably don't say that loudly.
Oh,
Yeah.
But they need to hear me.
no, definitely keep that one to yourself. In fact, I'm gonna need you to stay a little closer to me now.
Oh. Okay.
Takes their hand.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, madam? Is that a sir? Is that a madam?
You walk up to the counter and you see a man with some rather thick glasses on. And he's got this vial that he's very carefully swirling around, and as you're talking, he doesn't seem to like pay you any mind as he takes a little dropper and just drops a tiny little amount into it. It goes bloop. It explodes upward. It does not explode. It does not shatter the bottle in his face. But you do see like this explosion of foam just coat the ceiling. And it begins to drip on you and on him and on the counter in front of you. Oh, I am so sorry about that. Oh, how can I help you?
Oh man, this stuff's really sick.
Yeah,
That's
it's really
supposed to happen?
Nope. It was not supposed to happen.
Here,
sorry.
let me help you out with that, and I'm gonna attempt to prestidigitate the
Okay.
foam away.
Sure. As you do, the area that you prestidigitate, it just begins to like sparkle.
Huh.
Oh,
Well,
that's
that is not what I intended, but it's better.
honestly, that's not what I intended either. I don't know what's happening. And you see him. He as he's studying this now, he grabs a little notebook and he begins to jot down a bunch of notes.
Oh,
And he completely stopped paying attention to you. He's been completely distracted at this point.
yeah. Ren like kind of snaps back into it after being distracted by that as well, and says, "Oh, sorry."
One moment.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Continues to write stuff down. Go.
Oh, right. We were interested in maybe purchasing some potions of healing.
Huh?
Greater, if you happen to have them.
Of course.
Excellent.
How many?
What do you think, Kish?
Oh, I want some too.
Yeah, I think I'd probably just get 2 for myself. How many did you need?
Oh, Probably 2. But should we get more for the rest of the group, just in case?
Yeah,
Maybe like 6 or 8.
that might be wise.
6 or 8.
Yeah, if you have them, if you have that.
6 or 8. Yeah. Let me see what I've got. He goes there's under the counter. He grabs this. It's like a tray, but it has little vials in it. Several little vials of varying thicknesses, but they are all just like these tubes, not easily set down on the counter. Whether that's annoying for you guys or not, who knows?
While he's doing this, Ren just kind of sticks their finger into some of the foam, like the little mound of foam that had landed on the counter.
Yeah, please make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Oh.
Seven.
7. Everything seems fine.
Huh. Alright, cool.
Then it starts to burn a little bit.
Oh no.
Hey, here's something for your notes. Prolonged contact to skin eventually starts to burn. Ren waits a moment. Looks at their finger a little longer.
It's you flicked it off, but it's red.
Skin appears to be inflamed. Red. And when I touch it, does it hurt?
A little bit.
There is some pain. When
Okay.
I touch the affected area. Anything else happening to my finger? Is it just stays this way? It doesn't eventually fade?
Just kind of seems like you have a painful rash.
Fish sniffs the finger.
What does
Does
it
it smell
like?
different? I'm asking you.
I'm asking Rin.
Oh.
It probably honestly just smells like, some floral hand lotion, honestly.
Okay.
Hey, they've been around you guys all morning. They haven't had any opportunities. Okay, I'm just
Smells like flowers?
Oh,
Did it smell like that before?
yeah, that's me.
Oh.
Sniffs Ren.
You smell nice.
Oh, thank you. Oh, sorry. Was this helpful? At all, sir? For your notes?
Yes. Thank you very much for that.
Excellent.
It would be more helpful if you could put your whole hand in it, however.
Oh, yeah, okay. Ren slides their whole hand into the foam, kind of like maybe slides it and scoops some up.
Okay. Make a Constitution saving throw again.
Okay. 15. Took a moment for it to come up.
It feels fine.
Feels fine. It's foamy.
Nothing seems to be happening, although it does irritate your current rash.
I mean, it's not bothering the rest of my hand, but the spot on my finger is starting to kind of get a little more irritated.
Oh, very good. Okay. Well, here, you can just have one of these. Go ahead and drink up. He just hands you a basic potion of healing, expecting you to drink it now.
Oh, thank you. And yeah, Ren catches onto that and pops it up and drinks it.
Yep. Obviously you're already at full health, but feel pretty good. Feels nice.
How about the rash?
The rash is still there.
Oh, interesting. Rash is still here.
Okay. But I didn't expect that, but okay. Unexpected. Thank you for that. Anyway,
Oh, right. We were gonna purchase those potions.
Sure.
Say, I normally don't ask this, but would you be willing to give us a little discount? It's like, help you out with your experiment there.
Make a persuasion check.
Uh, 15.
Sure, of course. How many did you want?
Look back
Do you
at
have 8?
I don't, but I can make more. I have 5.
Okay. How long would it take to make more?
A few days.
Looks at Ren.
You may not have a few days. How about this? We'll buy the 5 now, and I assume that you regularly restock these, so if we're around and decide that we need more, we'll come back, and maybe I can be your guinea pig some more.
Sure.
Alright, 5 it is then.
625 gold.
Sure.
That makes it 125 per.
I had my calculator out. I was like, I see you tricking us. Alright, Kish will take out
Ren has
Si-
20 platinum.
enough. I'm just figuring which ones I want.
Okay, I didn't know how you wanted to do it.
I thought you wanted me to pay for the cleaning.
Oh yeah. Oh,
And some of these are mine.
oh yeah.
Points at the potions.
Sorry, I'm used to going Dutch. Thanks again.
I got you, baby.
Alright, hands over, I believe that would be 60 platinum plus 25 gold would equate it.
Yep.
Cool, let's do that then.
Sounds good. He takes the money, places it in a little box that doesn't seem to lock. It seems like he just kind of shuts it loosely, like he doesn't really necessarily protect his cash box during the day, maybe. I don't know, he seems pretty loose about it. But there it is. And you have your 5 potions.
Cool.
What are the rest of you doing?
I'm looking for a spyglass. And just, I guess, looking for something that might help me with my assignment. Undead stuff.
Gotcha.
I'm looking for undead stuff.
You know, because we're going to be in a desert, so a spyglass would be, you know, a little helpful. Oh, hey, off in the distance, I can see a mountain. It's very tiny.
I'm messaging about the specific thing you asked. But yes, you find those things. Anybody else?
Oh, and
But
I'm also
anybody else?
getting a pride silk, or that's a silk outfit thing.
Yeah. Anybody else need anything that you cannot purchase through the thingy? You're in a very big city and are very likely to find most things.
If we're going to be venturing into a desert, should we be bringing barrels of water with us?
I can create an alchemy jug.
I think I just heard someone at our door. Hang on a second.
Okay.
I thought you like turned around like I was behind you, and I was like, all right.
No, we just barely ever get someone at our door, so.
Router.
But yeah, I should be able to make 8 gallons of fresh water a day.
That would be helpful.
That'd be really helpful.
You can also remember to prepare, create, and destroy water, so we can always do that too.
I think
Very
create
handy.
water makes like cubic feet
Makes
of water.
like 10 gallons, I think.
Yeah.
Let's me
Well,
double
1
check.
gallon per day. Yeah, that should be enough for all of us. All right. Well, I guess I should find a little like bench to sit on and send my message to Maeve, rather.
Sure.
To corn?
Although stockpiling water is not a bad idea, just in case of emergency.
You guys say someone used to have one of those jugs or something that just like always poured water?
That was someone who left a long time ago.
Did they have the only one in the world?
I don't believe so. It would be called the decanter of endless water.
I can make, every time I cast it, it's only a first level, I can make up to 10 gallons of clean water in an open container, or I can make it rain in a 30-foot cube.
Ooh.
Make it rain.
Also, if I cast it at higher levels, I create 10 additional gallons so it's every level I go above is like 10, so it's like, at first it's 10, at second it's 20, and at third it's 30 gallons, and so on.
Well, should we buy some barrels then?
Yeah, I was actually just about to buy
Stab on.
some to put on the.
Didn't you have barrels?
Oh.
Oh wow.
Are you okay, Clank? What
You
was
alright?
that? I think he check at me. Might have gotten shot with a dart or something.
Side effect from the memory spell. It's magical hiccups.
Are we gonna go back to Southwarren before we go to the desert? If you got barrels at home?
I think most of my barrels at home are full of gunpowder.
Oh yeah, that wouldn't taste
Um,
good.
Didn't you have some on the Lucy? Loon would have crammed that in your cart.
I think there was a barrel that was containing like crossbow bolts for the Lucy, or like ballista bolts.
Okay, you would not have that then.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I mean, they're like 2 gold. I'll just buy one real quick.
Well, if we buy a barrel or barrels now, how are we going to transport those with us?
The folding cart can keep its contents.
You left that back at the fort. Did you bring it?
I'm sure one of us brought it.
It was left to you.
Didn't you
I hope
guys
have it.
intentionally leave some things because you're going on a potentially who knows what mission?
Yeah, I figured you left it because you said you left all your money, and that's where you had the money last time I saw. So I assumed you left it, but...
I didn't actually think to look in the cart for money, but I mean, we can always just
My money.
we can like mechanically we can just go and grab it in like 30 seconds. If we use like tree walk or not even
Now
tree
we
walk,
can use
we
the
can use
thing.
And use the teleportation
teleportation.
circle here,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
or easily transport via plants. We have 2 methods that we can use.
yeah.
The fertile
So this-
desert's pretty big. We were kind of like going to see either through the scrying or through the professor or whatnot, like kind of a place to start. So it's like, we're not sure what side of the desert starting off of is going to be the best bet just yet. There might be, more reason to go back to Southbourne briefly at least.
Yeah, we'll grab the goats, the cart, whatever else we need.
Yeah, I don't know how well those goats are going to do in the desert.
They're fine. Goats love the desert.
We got these from the snowy mountains.
Goats love the desert. I'm sure of it.
No, sand, it's the same.
I didn't realize. I forgot how much money we had on this fucking cart.
Yeah.
There's still like 6,300 platinum.
Yeah, I think it's overweighing the cart. You're gonna want to offload that into the
Literally.
fort.
We literally could buy our own skyship.
Yes. I am actually gonna move some stuff into the fort.
Yeah, and who needs Loon and the Lucy anyways?
Kerianna, you were going to move the money, remember?
I was.
And I was like, I'm afraid to touch it because my internet might
Yeah.
fuck it up.
It was one of those days where I completely forgot. As soon
Don't
as I
worry.
said
I'm just
that.
like, wait, we did talk about this.
We were supposed. It should have already been moved.
We are so organized.
We get there.
I think I just have my money written down somewhere. Like, what's on my character sheet is not what I actually have.
Oh God.
What's on my character sheet is exactly what I have.
I like inventory management.
Yeah.
Me too. Alright. I'm gonna leave like 2,000 platinum and 23,000 gold on the card. The rest can go in the fort.
I already moved my stuff in the fort earlier.
I was actually trying to make a box for myself in there and I couldn't do it.
I already had boxes I moved over.
Let me know if you have problems with that kind of stuff, and I can help you with that.
Yeah, if you could make me like a storage thing in the fort, that would be awesome. Because I tried clicking the little plus button, it didn't create one.
I forgot why the money came up.
I will do that. Not right now, but I will.
I was just looking at the cart and I was like, that's crazy.
Oh, I was like, is there something we're trying to buy that's super expensive? And I just like suddenly blinked on it.
Nah,
No, just got tons and tons of money. And reminded him of it.
I bought an item called a thermal cube, which has the ability to keep the space around it warm, because we go to hot environments or cold environments a lot. Is there the inverse of that?
Make an investigation check.
Cool. Because I'm gonna be comfortable in the desert.
By the way, all of my items came out as loot.
If you edit them, you can change the type of the item. Should be near the top.
Also, if you guys bought things and it comes out wrong, give me a list of things that you purchased, and I'm writing down now to go in and fix those.
13.
Yeah, easy enough.
Okay. How much does that cost?
What was it that you purchased last time? How much was the other one?
I can let me.
It'd probably be the same.
He doesn't remember. It's been a while.
Been a while.
It was 750.
There you go, 750.
Okay. Then I'm gonna suggest that I use the party funds to buy a cold thermal cube to keep us somewhat comfortable in
Oh,
the.
so you did have money.
Well, I would need to go get it.
Oh. Yeah.
All right. So I'll take 750 out of there.
All right. While you guys are doing this, William, you wanted to send a message to Grandma Maeve.
Indeed, I did. Does Cecily want to be there while I'm doing this?
Yeah.
All right. Message as follows. Maeve, has rulership of Aelrindel rectified the Shadowfell incursion? We've been told problem is solved, but possible deception is at play. Would appreciate appraisal.
Hi, William. Yes, everything seems to be being handled. It's been a couple weeks since you all have left.
Weird soup.
The weird soup. Like, remember that they were only there for a week when we showed up, and now it's been a couple weeks there and only a day here. So it's a weird soup.
This is making me not like soup.
I want some soup.
Not
right
gonna lie,
now.
I kind of want some soup.
I want pho,
Gumbo.
but it's too hot for pho.
It's too
Yeah.
hot for gumbo.
I want gumbo too. I'm gonna have to make some.
Turn your air conditioner up. Suddenly, it's plenty cold for anything.
We don't have AC.
That's expensive.
Well, shit. I didn't
Mine's
say it
super
was cheap.
loud.
I said, here's a fix.
My AC sounds like a jet engine trying to take off in my apartment.
All right.
Aww.
What is everyone doing? What are we gonna do? You guys wrap up purchasing your things.
Yeah, as I'm wrapping up the purchase of the potions before we leave, Ren stops and says, "Oh, I'm sorry. What was your name, sir?"
Say that again, you dropped a bit.
Yeah, I ask the shopkeep what his name is.
He has a name. For sure.
Abarek.
Barek?
Abarek?
Abarek. Nice to meet you. Ren. wonderful shop. Thank you for your time. Have a good one.
You as well. You notice he has not cleaned up at all anything. The part that you ended up causing to sparkle is still sparkling, and he is still like doing various things to it, putting different objects in this like goop, pulling them out and seeing the effects, and just writing down notes. Barely gives you eye contact when you do talk to him.
Cool. Go catch up with the others.
Sounds good.
But that guy would have been a good hire.
Why do you think
We
I've
have an
taken down his
alchemist.
name?
Oh yeah, I forgot you have an alchemist.
Yeah.
Hey, it wouldn't hurt
Bailey.
to have two.
Might help.
Start handing them ingredients and they'll make us fucking potions.
Yeah, why
I
the
was
fuck are we
considering
buying
messaging.
potions? What is wrong with
Well,
us?
I was going to bring it up, but
I can also make potions as part of
Ren
like
seemed to
my-
really want to go shopping.
I just have to like gather like the ingredients for it, and I can make potions.
Oh, that's right,
Yeah.
because you have herbalism, right?
Yeah, I have like healer's kit or herbalism kit or something like that.
Just in case it was going to take time we didn't have, you know. Good to stock up anyway,
Yeah.
while we can.
Absolutely. Alright, gang.
Yeah, proficiency with this kit is required. Okay, I can make antitoxins and potions of healing.
Ooh.
Should probably make some of those antitoxins.
Yeah, that might help.
Not a bad idea to have on hand.
Yeah, it's always in my stuff. It's just like one of my tools that I have is an herbalism kit, which I am proficient in.
Would our hot weather clothes have the same sort of effect as our cold weather clothes, but obviously for heat instead of extreme cold?
No,
Oh, good to know.
likely not.
Okay.
Oh, well, I guess we'll catch up with everybody else.
Yeah,
Alright.
if you, I mean, in decently hot temperatures, you're gonna be like okay-ish, right? But if you get into like extreme heat temperatures,
Yeah,
That's
I just wanted
be
to
pretty hot.
verify as I'm creating the item.
because
that
like
has
the
pertinent
cold
details.
sure, like the cold weather clothing is just like really thick, you know, cold gear. The hot weather clothing is breezy. It's nice, but yeah, difficult to cool yourself down without some sort of
Herbal
something
cube.
more than different kind of breezy clothing.
The cheese hut
Make
will
it into
also
a fan.
provide some respite from the heat.
And this
Sure
is
will.
also true.
And Kish's gusts of wind, just like, you know, circle some air around and
Yeah.
Keep us-
Except it just blows us all across the desert, just like,
Just
I can
go-
help!
You guys will just see Kerianna
Make
wearing
a
those
sandstorm.
goggles because, you know, it's bright.
yeah, it's a good thing you have those.
Well, as we all reconvene, I'm going to make sure everyone is made aware of the situation, that apparently things are okay in the Feywild. Just so we're all on the same page.
Sure.
Why did that guard seem so sketchy?
Maybe he's just sketchy. Maybe he's just a weirdo. I don't know.
Huh. There's something about it. I don't know, just... I feel like something's up there.
Maybe
where?
he's not as important as he thought he was, and he was embarrassed that we knew more than him.
Oh,
Sure.
yeah, maybe. You okay there?
I mean, I'm dying a little less.
Oh.
That's good.
Hey, I have a thought. Could Cicely, you or William scry on the Arcanoloth himself?
I mean, probably, but it would probably be a lot harder.
I've got some of his stuff back at home. That would help.
It might.
I've got a book, and I've got his writing stuff, and some other stuff that I haven't really looked at. I just sort of threw it in a bag.
You have like an artifact.
I might. I grabbed it in a hurry. I was mad. He took my friend.
The vestige of divergence just chilling in there. We have no idea about.
I've been letting Ven play with it.
It's a bomb.
The all-powerful monkey.
Oh.
It kind of sounds like the next step is once we're done here is to head back to South Warren.
Fair enough. What's left to do here?
William wanted to eat food.
And Kerianna needed to go speak with our employers.
Oh yeah.
I have to go make an appointment to speak with them. If anything, I can at least make the appointment, and then we can go back home, and then I can come back if it's like another day or whatever. But yeah, I need to go ahead and make an appointment.
Well, if it helps to just stay here for the night, head back to South Warren tomorrow, do it that way or whatever. I imagine that your folks might want to see you.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Hey, do they know? I mean, do they know that you're, do they know you're seeking out your birth parents? Well, I don't really know your relationship with your folks. So I don't know if you want to tell them or how it would affect them, but it might be a conversation to have with them. And maybe they'll have some information about your birth folks.
You're right, Mike. That's good. Thank you.
Yeah. Just, looking out for y'all.
Where you all headed?
I guess to Kerianna's boss to like go make an appointment, and then once we know when that's going to be, we could make plans based around that.
Yeah, it could be today. It could be like, oh, your next appointment's in 3 months.
Sure.
Precisely.
Excuse me. All right. Just for the sake of brevity, you do go and speak to the same person you spoke to last time to make the appointment. She writes you down for a week from now.
Week.
in the middle of Crackfest?
I was just gonna say, it's Crackfest.
But teleportation
just-
circles, we can just pop in and out.
And you guys don't have to come with me. It's appointment from my, lawyer. I'll just pop over here, do the appointment, and pop back.
We got to make sure your boss isn't mean to you, though.
But I mean, I have to go into the building alone. You guys still have to be outside. I don't think they will actually talk to me with my party.
With your posse standing behind you.
Like,
They might not want to, but they gonna.
What's up?
Okay, so where are y'all going?
are you gonna go to my house? I mean, I told my parents the next time I go, I'm gonna actually say goodbye.
Okay.
Fair.
Do we want to stay one more night so William can go on his restaurant crawl, and
Absolutely.
then we can head
Heck
back
yes.
to South Warren in the morning?
Yeah.
Oh, that was certainly not an imperative upon us. That's
Oh,
just
it's an imperative.
I thought it
Don't
would be-
trust me.
Ah, very well then. We'll make a
And-
culinary journey of it.
You?
And just make sure to prepare that spell for tomorrow so we can spy on your necromancer.
Yes. If I don't get too drunk and remember to do it, then yes.
As we're walking back, Ren's gonna walk alongside William. Hey, so about what you were saying the other day, last night, I guess. I'm sorry. Do you remember what you said to her? Did she respond?
Give me a moment to peer into my memories, and I will tell you.
Oh, alright.
I have quite a few memories, and
Yeah, some of which aren't even yours. So a lot to
Still have those?
hang on to.
well, when I had messaged Rosalind, I had thought. When I spoke to you last night, you said that you believe you knew her true name, yes?
Well, I think I do.
Well, as I had performed that technique of detecting your thoughts to get to know Rosalind, to be able to contact her, I had believed that I had gained her true name as well. So I had, in trying to secure her assistance in the situation in which we had found ourselves, I had told her that she had seen us at the Battle of Blackforge, and that the situation we were in was possibly as dire as that one.
But you met her?
Oh, no, we did not meet her, but we had seen her, very briefly, in passing, when Cecily pooped on someone.
That's the first fucking thought I had when you showed up. What?
But, so, I had added the ending of that message was that I knew her true name. Her response was, and I quote, "Oh, that's very interesting, darling. I will eventually, I'm sure. And no, I highly doubt that you know my name. Very few do. Ren doesn't." So as you can see, I maybe mixed the mustard with the pudding in that moment.
Ren's face is like fucking white, like just a sheet. Oh wow. Huh. So I guess I don't know her true name.
I was not quite sure how to tell you as much.
Well, yeah, I'll be honest, it's not really a surprise. You okay, Jer?
Oh, we're hearing like a helicopter hovering on the hill.
Oh, that's weird.
It happens sometimes. Yeah, they used to perform like medical training back in the day. So
I see.
Yeah, it's just really close. But yes, Ren, well, I don't know that I can offer you any insight in this situation, but I do know that we so very rarely truly know people as well as we think we might.
Yeah.
However, if there is some bright side to look upon, it's that if I had truly angered her, she would have come to murder me.
Well.
Since she didn't in that moment come to murder me, I can't imagine that her fury was at an all-time high, which indicates to me that there's a chance that forgiveness could be in the offing.
Yeah, it's good to stay hopeful. Yeah. I mean,
I will say that I probably shouldn't be contacting her in the immediate future. Give some time for that to for that memory to fade.
yeah, that's good advice. I definitely won't have you call her again. But you've given me a lot to think about. And I appreciate that.
Well, sometimes we learn just as much from our mistakes as we do from our successes. And you get to learn from my mistake. Isn't that fun?
Yeah, it's perfect. Red pats you on the shoulder and says, I'm sure she won't kill you. You'll be fine. For a while.
You know, if it would make you feel better, we could keep sending her messages. Late at night, asking if she has Prince Albert in a can. If her anti-thermal cube is running. You know, messages of that nature.
You could...
I like to call them prank sendings.
You could... Might not be advised.
No, probably not. I just thought it would provide you with a bit of entertainment.
Huh. Although, I could think of some folks we could crank.
Did you still want a bird to write an apology to her?
Because
we're on the same plane now, right?
Oh. Yeah, I'll do that. At least I hope she's here somewhere.
You don't need to send it now, but it'd be nice to have on hand if you want to try.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you, Kish. Just at the end of my letter, P.S. Please don't kill William.
He's really nice.
He was just trying to help.
Like, we like him, and he helps, like, big time, so please don't.
He didn't oops.
If you hurt him, will kill you.
So, You all make it back to Kerianna's parents' house. As you walk in, and you're still kind of chatting, Kerianna, you do see your father walking toward you. And it looks like as though he's getting ready to walk out. He's prepared to go somewhere. Excuse me, Kerianna. I do have business to attend to. It was nice seeing you.
You too, Dad. I'm
imagine-
already going back home to South Warren. I live there now. I have a library. If you ever feel like coming to visit, you can. Crack Fest is next week.
Of course. I will check my calendar. So, have a good day. He gives you a little hug. You notice something, however, something new that you hadn't seen before that kind of stood out to you in a way. It's an amulet that he's wearing that seemed to have the appearance of some sort of deity, clouds underneath, and some sort of radiation, like sunlight, like a stylized sun lines from behind. You've seen this before.
Oh, shit.
You know that. We're gonna go ahead and go to break.
Oh, shit.
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
We're gonna go on our 15-minute break. So we'll be back here in a few minutes. We're gonna grab something to eat. Whatever.
Grab our jaws from the floor.
grab some jaws from the floor. We'll be back. Hey, we're back. Look at that.
Oh, look. We're all alive.
Did Crank just freeze for everyone?
Yeah, we all froze temporarily.
Just
What
Crank
happened?
for me. That was weird.
Like, everybody did on mine. It was like,
On me, it was like connection lost. I was like, oh no, we just came back.
no.
It's like, no, you didn't come back.
Internet's fooled you.
Right, but we're back now. Are we back? Muzz, are we back? Yes. Okay. Good.
Muzz, are we back?
Are you there, Buzz? Muzz,
Making
can you
sure.
hear me?
Hey, back. We're Muzz.
That's totally going to be the name of my next familiar. Muzz.
Perfect. So, as your dad gives you a hug, you see this very familiar amulet around his neck.
Be careful, Dad.
You as well, Kerianna. And he walks out.
I want an insight check. Kerianna.
Sure. Okay. Go ahead.
Natural 20. What the fuck is going on there?
Now you get inspiration.
You do. You get inspiration.
Oh, yeah.
Rules.
Yes. Just to be clear, I do want to verify. Not verify. I do want to clarify something. In the new rules, it says the natural 20s are automatic successes. This does not mean that you can do anything. All right. This means that you get the best possible result that was originally possible based on what you're doing.
Fair enough.
Okay.
I like how you were like, now hold the fucking phone, kid. Don't get too excited.
Ah.
Yeah. I want to move a mountain. Natural 20.
I
Cool.
can move that mountain.
Volume.
Take 3 steps back.
Dungeon
Daddy
said I could do anything.
myself.
All right. However, Kerianna. Are they able to?
They know that something is up, and I look over, and I'm gonna give like an oh shit face.
DM's over there taking selfies, I think.
No.
I was wondering.
I'll send you pictures. It's a kitty.
Oh, kitty.
Oh, it's a kitty on the thingy?
Mhm.
Oh.
Hey, William. Can you
Yes, Kerianna.
can you
Just a moment. I'm writing stupid shit in my notes. Just give me a single moment.
please tell me you understood what I meant when I was just motioning.
Well, I did, and I.
Cool. Okay, cool. Thank you.
So, has her father, like, walked out yet?
Oh yeah. After
Look at that little dumpling.
after she said, "Be careful, Dad."
Be careful, yeah.
Yeah, he said goodbye and walked out.
Kerianna?
I'm gonna use the bond. Did you guys happen to notice the amulet around my dad's neck?
It looked quite familiar.
Yeah.
I didn't notice anything.
It's okay, Ren. We'll have to fill you in.
It's the same one.
The divine?
It was the same one Althalos was wearing.
Exactly. Guys, I don't know what's happening.
William, do you have Shed Arcane Eye prepared?
I certainly do.
Would
I
you be
hope
able
I
to
do.
Follow him with it.
Also, the reason why I asked you to do this, William, is I don't know where my mom stands or anybody else, so I didn't want to talk out loud.
Maybe the house is bugged. Look for a wire.
They're in the walls, man.
The call's coming from inside the house!
Now that is definitely some loon shit. Like, oh god, the walls are listening.
Mushrooms?
The walls were listening back in the
exactly.
Underdark.
That was the only time the walls were actually listening.
They were talking too.
Yep.
Well, you cast Shed Arcane Eye.
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. As you do, per normal, your vision
Gets
is
cheesy.
placed into this. Your vision is placed into this orb. What would you like to do?
I'm going to follow Kerianna's father at I don't know, the safest distance I can maintain while still keeping him in eye shot.
Okay.
Eye shot.
I thought that was a Kerianna ability.
Shoot daggers from my eyes.
All right. You watch as Kerianna's father moves throughout the city, going one way, then going another. Eventually, after a few minutes, he arrives at a very large tower, above which, assuming you look up, you see that there are several skyships. They seem to be docked at this tower. He ends up going inside. Do you want to follow him inside?
Well, I will have been narrating what I'm seeing to the people around me. He's entering the tower. What say the rest of you? Should I continue following him?
Yes.
Very well. And I will keep following him with the eye. Fingers
Okay.
crossed nothing goes wrong.
Do you describe this as the tower where many skyships are docked?
Yeah.
Okay, Kerianna, you would probably know this is where his skyship is docked. He goes into the tower, and you see him go into a circular room, kind of small, though you can't see really into it unless you want to go in. Do you want to get real close to him? From what you can tell, it would be kind of like going into like an elevator type situation, though it doesn't look like an elevator. It's a very small room. You could even call
if I can place my orb, like at the juncture of the wall and ceiling, like a little spying spider up in the corner.
So you do go inside there?
Yes.
Okay, so going inside, you do notice that the door closes and there is no ceiling. But he is suddenly lifted up.
So it is kind of like an elevator.
It is kind of like an elevator. Just not.
A levitator.
Just move some of them letters around, you'll get it. Follow him up.
Yes.
He gets to the top. Someone greets him. Though, being able to see, you cannot hear. I believe that's how it works there, right?
Yeah, I receive visual information. There's one of them that allows me to hear stuff. I forget which one it is, though.
Hey, could you totally use your ability to remember things and be able to mouth what the person, like the thing that's happening?
I believe that's actually a feat.
Yeah, I think lip reading is one of them.
So I'm gonna have
Good
to say.
to know, though.
Yeah.
Good to know.
With scrying, you can hear.
Anyway, he greets someone. They seem to know him fairly well. And you watch him as he goes out onto this like outer deck area where there's many different skyships. Small, very big. He ends up walking up to one of them, one of the much larger ones, and going onto it. If you were to describe this ship, Kerianna would certainly recognize it as her father's ship. Do you wish to continue to follow him? He begins talking to the people on the ship.
I actually have the feat that lets me read lips.
Yep, observant, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can find a workaround for you to see what I'm seeing directly. But yeah, if. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to very carefully, with all of my focus, watch their conversation as it happens, committing it to memory, the movements of their
Exactly.
lips.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Because then he can just implant the memory in the Clank.
Sounds good.
Slap you real quick. Hold on.
I want it to always be a slap now.
Why
He's
is my
fucking with
face
my head a
always
lot.
sore?
Why do I just have this bruise?
Oh Like a halfling
Volume
shape, like a
shaped.
halfling-sized handprint that is always on the side of my face.
Is this?
I don't know.
I never noticed you had that birthmark before.
I don't even know it's real anymore.
Shortly after he begins speaking to the people on the deck, they start running about. It isn't long before he ends up walking into what you would know as the captain's quarters, and then it isn't long before the skyship sets sail.
Can I see in what portion of the sky the sun is? Do I know what time it is? I just want to get a rough idea of direction of travel.
Oh, yeah. You easily would know which way it's going for sure. Excuse me. It's headed up towards the. Let's see. Cat. I swear to God.
You want attention.
North by northeast.
What?
What?
Gesundheit.
It's the spot on the map.
Oh.
Yeah, how do you pronounce that?
Boss?
Nobody knows.
He's just not gonna fucking tell you.
So,
You'll find out eventually.
well,
Cat. I swear to God.
It's more fun to pronounce it all fucked up, because, like, yeah, just Snam.
More fun listening to you.
Nurglefleur.
I love it. You got the right cadence for that.
Okay, so this spell has a duration of 1 hour. I'm assuming that he's not going to have wandered through the city, gone to the tower, ascended to his skyship, issued orders, begun the journey, and traveled to Skargan the NFL within a single hour. So approximately where do we get to when this spell wears off?
Are you going to follow on the skyship?
Yeah. As far as I know, my Shed Arcane Eye has not been detected.
Could it keep up with the skyship?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
there
would
is
say
no limit to
probably
how
no.
far.
There's no limit to how far,
But
but
it can only
how
move 30
fast?
feet.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I was just about
Yeah.
to say.
But does it work
So I-
like a fly in a car,
Yeah.
like kind of situation?
If it
I
can
would-
only
I
fit
would
through
say that-
spaces of a cubic inch, there has to be some physicality to it, right?
Just gets slammed up against the wall, and he's just like,
Right.
Yeah. I'll just interpose like one of the bulkheads between the Arcane Eye, and it'll get dragged along.
Like, he's not moving it, the ship's moving
It
it.
does say a solid barrier blocks
Precisely.
the eye's movement.
Oh,
It gets like wedged into a
Lawyer.
corner.
You
It is
said
right there.
that right as the music changed and did like a.
all right.
We clever.
Captain opens a window.
I like that look at his face. It's like that's debatable.
Make an Arcana check to get yourself somewhere where you can stay. Cat, I swear. Where you can stay. where you can like lodge yourself in and follow along with this skyship.
He loves you.
He just wants to play D&D with us.
Hell yeah.
27.
Okay.
Urge to make
With that, I would
dirty.
say you're very likely able to actually get into before the skyship gets moving. You're able to get into the captain's quarters itself, preventing you from
Excellent.
being able to actually fly off of the ship. I will say, if we're going this route, and you are being pushed along by the speed of this skyship, moving around is certainly difficult.
I figured that the orb was kind of just going to be flattened against like the rear window of the captain's chambers and just like not moving around so much. Kind of.
Gone to plan.
It's like Eddie Valiant in the elevator when he goes to Toontown.
Yeah. But you're essentially in there. I swear to God.
Goes from a sphere to a disc.
You're in there, and in fact, you are behind. You are behind his desk where he is currently sitting.
Keep them documents.
Gotta get those documents.
Yeah.
Exactly the song I thought of.
You do see some paintings, as well as various knickknacks. There is a painting of himself and the rest of his family, and Kerianna is in that painting.
Is he wearing the amulet in the painting?
Good question.
Make a perception check. He is not.
Okay. So it's not like something he's done for a while.
It's definitely new.
Is there anything that you are looking out for at the moment?
Well, since I'm narrating this to the entire group, I am open to suggestions. Does anyone think there should be anything I should be looking for in the captain's chambers?
Are there like
Mail.
papers on his desk you can see?
A map with a heading. A lot of times that'll be in the captain's quarters.
That's a good one.
Can I see any of this stuff? From, like, I mean, I'm stuck on the window.
Right. With your perception check. We will go ahead and say that he is heading up towards there is a map on the desk. It looks like he's probably heading up toward the city that was mentioned. I'm not going to tell you how to pronounce it.
Aww.
I'm
You wanna hear our tips?
Ren ought to know.
It's probably not going to be written phonetically on the map.
Have you been there or spoken to the person from there?
Mm-hmm.
Or has it just been in letters?
Oh.
So,
I think it's in letters. I don't
Yeah.
think that they would have seen them.
So, it's potential that he's heading up that way. There's potential that he's going beyond that to either the Pale Forest or the Snow Crystal Expanse. It doesn't really look like he's going to Elysia, but up there might be where he's headed. It's hard to say.
Ooh.
You do see at some point during this time, just so you are aware, it was about 20 minutes. I know it takes, there's 1 hour of concentration here that you get to keep this thing. It was about 20 minutes before it actually took off. So you would have roughly 40 minutes of time on this, watching him. You see him writing things. You see him put things in his desk. You see him take some things out of his desk. Being behind him, it's a little difficult to see what these things are. You do see at one point he stands up with a stone in hand, and it looks like he's speaking into it. He walks around with this. He doesn't stay in one place, so you're only getting bits and pieces of the conversation. But you are watching intently.
But at points he is facing towards me, right? So I can see his face?
Yes, at points he is facing towards you and you can see his face. But as I said, you're only getting bits and pieces of the conversation. But yeah.
But like overall, the expression on his face, look free, look happy.
I wouldn't say there is so much of an expression on his face. Changed from his current one. It's just what that you've even seen him as. Just
It's very stoic.
you see him, he's just doing business, perhaps. Unsure. Nothing bad, nothing good. It's just something.
Right.
Over the rest of the course of the time, you eventually watch him as he walks over to the painting of him and his family, and he looks up at it, and he kind of touches it gently. Touches where Kerianna is. And then you lose concentration. The spell ends.
That was somewhat informative.
You were.
A word, if you will.
Okay.
Hey, are you okay, Wally? I mean, you were out for like a while.
Well, he was narrating.
Yeah, he was there.
Hey, a glass of water at least?
Jeez. That's a lot to take in, man.
I will be fine. This is de rigueur for me. But, I am going to replace Clank's memory of the slap with the conversation that I observed and see if he can use his feet to lip read whatever was said between Kerianna's father and his crew.
Sure.
Ren kind of mumbles under their breath. This man's got stamina.
Do you have any more? Like, can you use that again today? It's still the same day as when you did stuff with Clank.
You're right. I got mixed up on when we took a long rest.
He
Can
just slapped him for no reason.
Clank, you've been slapped.
What was that?
You remember it.
Clank, tomorrow, it'll be like I didn't slap you at all. So I don't even need to explain what I was doing there.
Or apologize.
Okay.
Well, no, because I'll be able to replace the memory of this slap. Forget what
Another slap.
The funny part is, like, I am like 6'6", so I would have to come down to you, or you would have to come up to me for you to hit me.
Just punches him in the balls every time.
Well, you're always picking him up to like your
That's why his
shoulder.
balls hurt.
Assumed writing on you. Or y'all are sitting down.
Yeah, one of those.
Yeah. Ugh.
Although, speaking of a long rest, because of the new rule that we're going under, does that mean Clank lost his inspiration that we voted for him last session?
No, he still gets inspiration.
Well, I thought when you
forgot
take a
I
long
had
rest,
that.
you use it.
Oh. No, you lose your inspiration long rest when you earn inspiration. The game vote inspiration is as normal.
Oh, I thought the rule applied to that because we were all more likely to get inspiration.
The game vote inspiration's a homebrew thing.
Oh, okay.
I actually
Question
hadn't said one way or
retracted.
Oh.
Well,
But that answers your question because we've already taken a long rest.
yeah.
I will allow it to stay. For
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
Because like the first thing we did this session was
So
take a
you
long rest.
better
We'll-
use it.
Yeah.
We'll see
Yeah.
how that goes.
Yeah.
He got drunk and he took a rest.
It was like, all right.
So, what would you guys like to do?
What time is it?
It's
We
probably
were shopping and running errands and spying on people.
it's probably easily pushing evening.
I guess
Especially
let's
after
hit
that
up
hour.
some of the local cuisine. Let's go out to dinner and have a go out with a blast.
Yeah,
Make our plans for tomorrow.
yeah. I think it's a good idea.
I believe tomorrow we're headed back to Southbourne, yes?
Well, you were gonna look
Yeah.
at Grixis, and we were going to.
We can do all of that stuff, you know, we don't have to do... We don't have to choose just one thing. We can do all of
Okay.
it.
They're just fun. No fireball.
No.
Yeah, no more fireball for you. Sorry.
Okay, it was still fun. Just not the morning.
God, just thinking about that,
Don't think
I
about
still don't even want to smell it like in real life.
I've had a bottle of that shit explode on me. I'm good.
Ew.
Alright.
Yeah, fun fact, if a fireball gets hot in the sun, it'll explode.
Damn, didn't know that.
Maybe
I
that's why
usually
it's
just shot once in a window.
Alright, so you guys go out for a nice little evening on the town. It's great. Lots of delicious feasts. Kerianna takes you to a few places that her parents have taken her to. Lots of places that are hard to get into, but because of who she is, she's easily able to get into places.
the taste of
Get a table at
Aelrindel.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So it's a lovely.
It's even got TOT on it. I wonder what it means. Taste of Teldori?
Oh. Ah.
Nice.
One of the few times Marisha made me laugh. I wonder what it means. It says TOA.
Well, while we're having dinner,
Okay.
Ren is going to, look over at Kerianna and say, "Hey, you all right?"
Yeah. The only thing that's getting me, it's not even the amulet part. It's the fact that when William was describing what he was seeing, and Dad looked at the painting of us, and he touched my picture, I don't know, something tells me that he's being forced. And I don't know. I may be reaching. I don't know.
Listen, I mean, you know your dad. And if this is unusual for him and you think that somebody is manipulating him or blackmailing him, well, I mean, you'd be the one to pick up on that. So, we're all on your side. I can tell your dad's important to you, so we'll help him.
I just hope I'm not the reason why he's doing things. You know, like
If you don't help me, I'm gonna hurt your daughter.
type of thing.
Honestly, I'd like to see them try to hurt you. They wouldn't even get close before. Yeah, I think you'd be fine.
At least as long as he's helping them, maybe they won't hurt him, too,
Yeah,
if they need him.
as long as they need him, he's very useful. At this point, if what we've learned is, you know, like, if that's the case, I don't want to mess with anything. I don't want to hinder, you know, him getting hurt. But knowing that he's within that, I don't know, that group and that mess, exactly, I think that might actually help us.
Well, yeah, if he's useful to them, he could be useful to us. It really depends on how much he knows, I guess.
Right. Honestly, now that we know, you guys know what he looks like, especially you, Cecily and Walliam. We could possibly occasionally scry on him and see how he's doing, and who knows, maybe someone we've been looking for will happen to appear. Kish, could that evil person, do you think they could have known that's gathered information on who I was and found my family?
Oh, I don't really know a lot about him. It was kind of hard to get any information back when I was trying to follow him. It's one of the reasons I haven't wanted to try to find home until he's dealt with, in case he can see
follows
me.
you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
Or
this
even
the-
like a bird.
Is this the Alphalos guy you mentioned?
Yeah.
You
He killed my parents.
Oh. Well, I'm so sorry, Kish. You'd mentioned before, correct me if I'm misremembering, but did you say he was in Blackforge?
Yeah, that's where we saw him last. He disappeared with Norbit. He was trying to bring this really bad god thing, Ilsensine, into this world. And we managed to stop that, but he got away, and William said he saw that they were making a bigger Manawal so they could do it again.
And William, you said that you saw Roslyn at Blackforge.
Who was she in Blackforge?
There with the group of mercenaries. I'm getting that right? I'm not misrepresenting anything, Craig?
Correct.
What was she doing exactly?
Did she look the same as what Ren showed us?
I'm
So-
referring to what I've been told to make sure I'm not, getting shit wrong or making shit up.
Rin kind of like interrupts that though and says, "That's not important. What was she doing? Why was she there?"
She one of the ones fighting Norbit?
Yes, she was one of the group fighting Norbit.
And so I guess he's dead then?
Last we saw, Norbit got away. We don't know how. We didn't see the mercenaries again. Volume followed a trail with his arcane eye, and Alphalos was yelling at him. And Alphalos seemed to know that Volume was watching and made it go away.
Just doesn't add up.
That he got away?
No. It just doesn't make any sense. Why was she there? Why? Oh, why does Kerianna's father have this pendant all of a sudden?
Well, we were in Blackforge like a year ago. How long ago did you get in a fight with Rosalind?
It's been over a year.
See, in that time frame, he could have met, or he could have, like, learned about everybody, and I don't know, like, part of me thinks that, yeah, I don't like this. I can't. We gotta save my dad, guys. Something's gotta happen.
I think it would be wise to scry on Altalos or Norbit at some point very soon as well.
Maybe not Athlos. Norbit.
Yeah. Alphalos seems to know when something's watching.
Yeah.
We don't know what stuff he can see and can't, but that might tip him off that we're trying to find him again, and he might hurry up.
Is it unusual that Rosalind would be fighting Ren?
As a mercenary? Yes.
Well, there was the pretty lady using magic, and then there was the fast lady with the knives, and then there was the short big guy with the spikes, and
I feel like I'm forgetting someone.
The other
and
pretty
then
lady using
and then
magic.
the other pretty lady who was all like flying and had the red dress, or the dress.
You had said that Rosalind was prone to infatuations? Could this have been she was chasing some tail?
Well, it's entirely possible. She's got a thing. It's kind of an odd, like, I don't know if I would call it an obsession, but she's very interested in adventurers.
Well, they did look like a group of adventurers.
Then I see
Maybe
why
she
you picked our
didn't-
group.
Yeah, maybe she didn't know what they were getting into as far as how big of a battle it was. She thought it was maybe just gonna be fun.
It's possible. She's very prone to get bored and just, go out looking for fun and such, but she doesn't usually dirty her hands, she definitely doesn't do it for free, so I guess the whole mercenary gig makes sense. It just kind of seems like maybe there might have been something else there that she wanted. Don't.
Well, if she was there, and you've talked to her since, then they must have gotten out okay.
Well, I actually haven't. I mean, I haven't spoken to her in a long time.
But Walliam did.
Oh, that's true.
You said before that she had been interested in Loon. Could she have followed us there to...
Oh
Was she
my
following Loon?
dude, that's
Uh,
so true.
That's entirely possible. We had seen y'all in Braemar. Did y'all go to Blackforge after that?
After that, yeah.
Well, it
Well, we went
wasn't
to
right
Ord the
after
Gil.
that.
Yeah. But the mercenaries would have come from Ord the Gil. That's where they were hired, because we hired the Battlehammer
And they
army.
knew they were
Who
going to
knew
Black.
that we were going to Blackforge?
Right.
Okay, well... That makes sense. She could have been following Loon. I don't think that your friend was her target, though. I mean, she does get kind of infatuated and such, but she's got ways. I think that she probably would have been more direct. I mean, she was very direct with me. She's
Maybe
direct
she
with
was
everybody we've met.
Maybe she was initially following Loon, but then was following one of the other pretty ladies in the group.
Yeah, she could have been after anybody. My concern is that maybe she's somehow wrapped up in this symbol thing.
Oh.
It's become apparent to me that I guess I don't know her as well as I thought I did. And she hasn't spoken to me in over a year.
Well, maybe she will once you send her an apology. She might not have heard you in the Feywild, is all.
Yeah, and I will.
And she doesn't know Walliam. She might have thought he was fibbing.
True.
You have a point.
Drinks their beer.
But whatever she's all wrapped up in, she can definitely take care of herself. I think we really need to worry about Kerianna's dad. So, where are we gonna go next? I know we're going back to South Warren. And then,
Maybe Crescent Shadow?
Find out the best place to start heading into there after you guys check in on stuff.
yeah. There are some places I think I might want to check in on as well.
While we're still here in Aelrindel, Kerianna, I don't know. I'm just going to put forth an idea. I don't know if you'll be open to it or not. Does your father have some sort of a study or a safe that you're aware of, someplace that he might keep
Documents?
documents what is the fucking word that I'm blanking on? Letters
has
and
an
shit.
office.
Correspondence. Correspondence. That's the word.
Takes
He
the
has
drink away
an
from William.
he has an office that he puts all of his manifests in from all of his jobs that he does.
Now, I fully understand wanting to preserve his privacy and not wanting to violate that boundary that he keeps for himself or that you keep between each other. I don't know the nature of your relationship, but I am saying if it comes to the point where you are so concerned for his safety, that could be an avenue to pursue. If we do need to gain more information on his dealings or his comings and goings.
As long as I'm not the one doing the searching, I'm okay.
I can unlock it. Maybe.
Do you have any suspicion whether or not your mother might be mixed up in this as well? Or if she would know what's going on with your dad?
I don't know. Honestly, she would tell me though if there was concern, but she'd probably, I honestly don't think she would tell me, because if there was something, he tells her everything and she keeps all of his secrets. I've watched her keep my secrets. You guys know all of them. And she doesn't say anything, so if she knows, she won't tell me. But I can always tell whenever. I can tell when my mom is holding something back, because, you know your parents.
Well, I might have a way to get her to tell us.
Is she still home?
Yeah, she was still home. Dad sometimes goes off on his own. And Mom seems really tired, so she's probably just been resting most of the day.
Ren should have a chance then. If we're staying there tonight again, either tonight or tomorrow morning, maybe?
But it is absolutely up to you how you want to go about this.
What does it entail?
I've got some arcane abilities that make me very persuasive. I can simply suggest that she tell me what we need to know.
I don't see why not. Wouldn't hurt. She seemed tired, but at the same time, now that I look back at how she walked in, it almost had a sense of concern.
Do you think she was avoiding you?
I wouldn't say it was avoiding me. It was more of a kind of a, I don't know if you've ever had that situation where you've learned something and then you see a person that pertains to that thing. Basically, she looked at me, knew that there was something that was happening and that my life could have totally been in danger. And it's like oh my gosh, I haven't seen you in a while. I can't handle this right now. I need to go into a room.
Well, if you said you could tell if she's hiding something, maybe she didn't want you to pick up on her hiding something.
Exactly. That's why I think maybe she was trying to avoid you.
Got it. Okay.
Signal to the bartender for another drink. It's got a mood.
Kish and says, "Take it easy tonight."
It's not Fireball.
I know.
William
You
signaling
woke
to the
up
server for more
exhausted.
cheddar biscuits.
Is it Red Lobster?
The bartender does nod at your way, Kish, and then begins to pour what you've been drinking, and he hands it to the
Just
server.
stale.
Yeah. As the server's on her way, she sees William. She turns back around, goes into the back, and brings out your ale, as well as some more cheddar biscuits.
Thank you, thank you. We will tip generously, I assure you.
Sure thing.
We didn't eat last night either. That's probably why it felt so bad.
Shoves a couple biscuits in their mouth.
Alright. So you all finish your dinners. And then head back to Kerianna's place. Okay.
Yup. On the way there, I asked Kerianna, so did you want me to try suggestion on her?
Yeah.
Alright. So, what's the best way to approach her?
Naked.
Through art.
Through art.
You talk about art. You talk about paintings. You talk about anything decorative. Start a conversation about one of the pieces in the house.
How about I just approach her looking like your dad?
But she knows he's gone.
Huh. Hey, honey, I'm back. I forgot something. Just gonna grab it real quick and head out. Hey, while I'm here, why don't you tell me all my secrets? Good work. Right. If he's been gone, then yeah, I guess it would be rather odd for him to come back in.
Doesn't seem like the type of guy to like forgets random stuff too.
He would not forget anything.
Well, why don't
She would know something was up immediately.
we go see her together?
Okay.
I don't want to seem like a threat.
Makes sense.
If she knows what's going on, she's probably already pretty scared.
I could tell her what me and the party did, and maybe that could start a conversation.
Yeah.
I haven't told them what I've been doing, which I'm actually happy I did not tell my father, because that probably would have started a whole other thing.
Right.
Yeah, and we just kind of casually mention Alvalos and just see if she reacts.
Yeah, and honestly, I just need to be in the room with her and have enough time to cast my spell. That's it.
How about we're all in there?
Sure.
Have like a sit down.
Whatever you think will work best.
That won't be like too intimidating, will it? It's like
No, because we would just be saying, oh my gosh, these are the adventures that you missed since, Kerianna's been gone. Yeah. And then we tell her all the stuff that I've done. Oh, by the way, I should let you guys know, my parents do know about my lycanthropy. They know I'm a werewolf thing.
Oh.
Ren
How long
stops
have
and
you been
thinks
a
for a minute.
werewolf?
all I know, or like Jax.
It had
All
been
I
a few
know
months.
is okay, cool. So it's definitely been over a year. Because we've been doing stuff for almost like 2 years. But I immediately messaged them, so I sent them a letter saying, "Hey, by the way, I'm a werewolf now, but I'm embracing this. Hope this isn't coming to a surprise. I love you guys."
Wow. So like, are all of you just werewolves who hang out with werewolves? Do you have like a werewolf club?
I mean, it's just us. And
A
I
wolf.
point to Clank and Kish. It's just
Oh.
us as the were people. My parents aren't.
Loon was too.
That too, yeah.
Oh. Man. There are a lot of like. Did you bite somebody?
Before turning. Or not after turning.
What were y'all doing
Plenty
in
before.
Braemar?
Oh.
That wasn't us. I mean, that wasn't us. That was.
Dan. He didn't bite her. He gave her an apple.
Yeah,
Garlstone.
it was the same way that Loon and Clank and Kish became where.
Takes out one of the
became
Garl stones and holds it up.
by eating a berry.
Y'all can see that Rin is like skeptical and a little like, I fucking caught you.
Did you meet Isabella?
Oh yeah, I met Isabella.
Is she okay?
Yeah, she's alright.
We didn't know Dan was doing that.
Where?
Yeah, well, I
Is
mean,
she aware she's aware?
she's very aware.
Loon and I went to go find her, but her place was all messed up. And then we had to leave town, and we kind of didn't take care of that.
Oh, it's alright. Actually, we took care of her shortly.
What do you mean by took care of her?
Oh, she's not dead.
Oh. She almost joined us. But Dan didn't seem to like her.
Yeah.
I didn't at first. She was a little
Racist. Yeah, I know. She's better about that now, by the way. Still like a little slip up here and there. But, funny story, I actually met Rosalind shortly before that. And that's when she kind of became interested in, I guess, your friend, and I picked up a job to deal with the lycanthrope, or beast, or whatever they thought it might be. Found her. Decided to help her out. So she stayed with us for a little while. I took her to some folks that helped her out.
Oh, that's really good to hear. Thank you.
But somebody in your party did that to her? I think it really messed her up.
Yeah.
We did not like her at all.
That's not true. I thought she was nice.
It might
But
be.
you know, Dost?
Your creepy cleric? You're just like sitting in the corner over there, eating a raw bird?
Oh
Yeah.
God.
Oh,
Yeah.
crap. We haven't been watching him.
It's kind of complicated, and I'm not really totally sure, but yeah. Dan didn't make it to Blackforge.
What do you mean?
He died. A bunch of us died, but we came back. He didn't.
Came
And then-
back how?
Well, no, we came back. Like,
Yeah, how?
oh, Loon. She shoots diamonds and magic.
It's revivify, but it didn't work on Dan.
Alright.
And then we met his nephew, and he didn't make it. The Mind Flayers got him, and we tried to bring him back, but it didn't work because his brain was all messed up.
Was
And
in
Cecily is
pieces.
very. It's a thing Cecily
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that.
doesn't want to talk
You
about.
tried your best.
It's okay.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about it.
Right. But
We
then,
sent
well-
him back to family.
well,
Well,
no,
you
we
are-
didn't. He disappeared.
Oh yeah, he did.
We left him with
Someone picked
Mr.
him up.
Dresmorland. Yeah.
Go ahead,
While
Craig.
you are, sorry, while you are, all are talking. You now arrive at Kerianna's home.
Alright. Here we are. Well, just... I think maybe it would make her feel better if you guys reached out. I'll help with that. But for now, let's go deal with Mommy.
Mommy.
Mummy!
Thing.
Where are you, Mummy?
Mommy dearest.
As you all walk inside, you do not see your mom.
I'm gonna go to her room and knock on the door.
Should we
Okay.
follow?
No.
We'll wait in the sitting room.
All right, Kerianna, you go up to her room. You knock on the door. As you approach, you hear some talking, very faintly, not enough to make out what they're saying, but some talking. You knock on the door. The door opens. Your mom is there, and she's drying her eyes. The servant that you spoke to prior is also in there, and she kind of awkwardly and quietly, with her head kind of bowed, steps past you and walks away. Kerianna,
Mom,
how are you?
is everything okay?
I'm fine.
I was wondering, I haven't really caught up with you, and there's a lot that happened, like, in the last year, and I'd be really happy if we could talk about it, because it's a lot, and it's stuff that you would be proud of me for, and it's just, like, I don't know,
Of course, I would love to hear about it. Give me just one moment
yeah, I'll be
to
downstairs.
gather myself. Sure.
Good.
And she shuts the door, smiling as the door shuts.
What kind of smile? Is it that, like,
It's a, it's a genuine smile through some tears.
gotcha.
Yeah.
If I were there, I'd be like, insight check.
I'm gonna go ahead and go down with everybody.
Okay.
And she said she'll be right down. She's interested to hear our stories.
Cool. You know it's probably not a good idea to actually tell her about Blackforge, right?
I was gonna find a way to figure a way to. I don't know. You guys could probably help me explain things.
We'll just
at the
omit it.
time. I mean, what else would we talk about other than, hey, I was in a dungeon and I fought an undead dragon thing. Oh, and I have a dragon.
Yeah.
I mean, those are pretty impressive things, right?
We recently went to the Feywild, which is also very impressive.
True.
Wait, why do we not want to talk about Blackforge?
I think we worry that if Mom and Pop know that we are on the opposing team, that's going to give the Divine Dingalings the upper hand. And potentially
How would
put
we
everybody in danger.
find out the information we need?
Like I said, I only need enough time to cast the spell. It's not a long conversation.
Got you. Okay.
Kerianna, does your mother have a sensitivity to arcane actions?
That's a good question.
Because we could give her the old shake and bake with a suggestion and also a detect thoughts on her as well.
Yep, I am for it. Let's do it. The shake and bake. You and me, William. Shaking and
Is that
bacon.
what we're going to call it now?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
I
We'll
love it.
scramble her mind.
As long as you guys are kind to my mom and don't hurt her, whatever you think will work, that will help me help my dad. At this
So
point,
don't shake her too hard.
At this point, I'm up for anything because I need my dad back.
Ren looks at William and says, yeah, I'll be alright. We couldn't possibly fuck this up.
Yes, I haven't in recent memory made things worse.
Shh.
Nope. We're really good at magic and talking. We got this, boo.
It's just then that Kerianna, your mother, comes downstairs. Completely fine. Looks totally composed.
Thought you were gonna say naked. I was like, ah!
Mother!
Totally naked.
That exposing?
That's not what I meant, Mom!
Kerianna, I like your family.
Me too.
Reminds me of my own.
Big same.
She walks in. Hello, everyone.
Hey, Mom.
She sits down.
So, as you know, I have to go find artifacts. And the last assignment I was on, I had to find a book. And we happened to be I happened to be in the same place as a group, and it was with Clank over here, and a friend of ours, Loon, and Dan, and Britta. I only knew Britta for like a couple of days. She had to leave. Anyway, they were on a skyship, and they were heading in the direction that I was wanting to go in. So, that's how I met them. I actually met them two of them turned into werewolf or werebear and were-tiger, and I had to be like, whoa, and a werewolf out, and that's how I met them. It was fun though. We got to fight this guy that has turned out to be a thorn in our side.
I'm going to pause you right there for just a moment. As William and Rin cast spells.
Yeah.
I'm trying
Rin,
to keep my mother's focus.
Rin,
And I think for her saving throws... Sorry, go ahead.
As you cast spells, we're going to go ahead and go on our last break. And we'll be right back. 2 minutes.
That's that dramatic
We'll
tension.
be back shortly. Hey, we're back. We made it. All right. All right, William and Rin.
So-
Are you casting just openly?
well, Rin is a warcaster. I feel like they would attempt to cast it discreetly.
Okay.
I'm going to just sort of be off in the corner, just as subtly as I can, trying to cast my little spell.
Okay.
Just admiring this art piece over here.
So yeah. So there are verbal components to both of your spells. So I would like you both to roll a stealth check. Let's make it an arc. No, just roll a stealth check. Ren, were you using something there?
I mean, technically, I have
I'm
inspiration.
Oh, you know what? That's my boots. So I am gonna use my inspiration. It's gonna roll 2 again because of my boots, but we'll go with the
Okay,
first
so-
number.
Okay, so a 9, or
Right, and I'm gonna use my inspiration.
to roll again. Yeah.
Roll again, unless you don't need me to. I don't know how you want me to do that.
You can roll again. No, you decide if you want to use that inspiration.
I do. 22.
Okay.
It's better than a 9.
It is better than a 9.
All right.
Yeah, a little bit.
Listening intently to Kerianna. Your mom does not seem to notice what's going on. So, what would you like to do? You successfully cast these spells.
She's got to make a wisdom save against both of them, right?
She does. Just
Okay,
roll.
so...
Oh.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to also pretend that I'm talking.
I noticed I was enjoying that so much.
So many people are having conversations right now.
I fucking love watching this.
Yeah, same. So,
I kind of want to like cut and paste Kerianna and Craig so it looks like they're talking to each other.
right?
Hey.
Hey.
The Aristocats!
Welcome back.
Okay.
Yeah, so, for those saving throws, I think she's gonna roll a 7 and an 8 for each of them.
Homie was like, I got portents. Let's just.
I got bad rolls for portent. I'm gonna try and use it, hoping it
Clever.
goes well.
Nice.
Oh, there we are. So, what would you guys like to happen? How's this gonna work?
So, when Ren casts the spell, they just kind of like reach out and place their hand like on Kerianna's leg to like indicate. And Ren says, I suggest that we discuss what you know about your husband's involvement. I'm trying to decide how I want to word this. With we never had a name for them, did we?
The divine.
Well, that's
I would just say like the cult of the divine.
yeah. That's what I'll call them. I suggest that we discuss what you know about your husband's involvement with the cult of the divine.
Okay.
And then I'm going to minor illusion the little medallion. It's a visual reference.
Okay. And William, you're merely detecting the thoughts?
Yes. Detecting thoughts and seeing if I can pick up when Kerianna was talking about Norbit without saying Norbit's name, seeing if that was sparking some familiarity or knowledge in her mother's mind at that time.
Okay. Alright. Give me just one quick moment. I need to do a thing real quick.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
By the way, I barely got into the freaking dungeon where I was talking about how we just had to push the door, and so after that we decided if there's a, wall that looks like it just needs to be pushed, we started pushing on walls.
Now's a good time to be able to thank our music here. What is it, Tabletop Audio?
Yeah.
Go check out their Patreon. They're awesome.
Well,
Oh, we're getting a no.
This music isn't from Tabletop, but
Well, shit.
a lot of the music that we do use is from Tabletop Audio. Really awesome source for various ambient music for specifically tabletop games. You'll find all kinds of stuff there, like fantasy stuff. Some of it's like more sci-fi, future-y. It's pretty cool. Check it out. A lot of their stuff is free to use, but they do have a Patreon. So if you go support their Patreon, it means that they can keep making cool music that we get to use for free. Also, I believe Patreon supporters get access to their songs before it's made available for free.
Wow, bonus!
Yeah.
And that is at patreon.com/tabletop-RPG-music.
Yep. We can toss a link up on the video, in the description of the video. Yeah, like I've spent hours just kind of like going through their music stuff and listening to it. Getting in the mood.
Nice.
Hey.
Yeah. Well, hey.
Welcome back.
We were just talking about tabletop audio because, they're cool.
So I'm gonna need you to get me one of those too when you can.
Tabletop audio is pretty dope. But yeah, it's tabletop music or tabletop RPG music is who we're listening to right now. Sorry about that. Kids have school starting tomorrow, and last minute school things are happening. Yeah. Okay, William, are you digging deeper? You succeeded, so
Yeah, sure. Like, I'm not trying to get into, like, embarrassing stuff.
Nah.
But, just going a level lower, seeing, like, as she's been guided to possibly think about Norbit, and now been told to reveal what she knows about the cult of the divine, I want to see, like, what kind of thoughts and memories that brings to the surface.
Okay. Why? As you are probing, as Rin is talking about these things, just busting it right out there, you see immediate flashes of recognition. You see discussion and arguments. In particular, this most recent argument that just happened earlier today with Kerianna's father. Kerianna, your mom, when she is pushed to talk about this, since she is being, she begins to cry.
Mom?
Yeah?
You can talk to me. You know this. Please, tell me.
Your dad knows.
He knows what?
Everything.
About me?
About the cult of the divine?
The cult? Like,
Yes.
how did...
Doesn't want to hurt you, but he knows that this is bigger.
What is his involvement?
I don't know entirely.
Is he being pushed? Should I be worried?
No.
Oh, it's an 11 insight check. I mean, I know I cast a spell on her and she's supposed to, tell me, but insight check.
Seems legit.
What do you know? We can't help him unless we know what his involvement is.
We can keep it to ourselves, and we can make it to where we don't let them know that we know.
He knows that people are being hurt. He knows that you could potentially die. I beg you not to go after him.
Why is he?
Please don't go after the
helping?
cult of the divine. He has the best intentions.
So, again, Ren will ask, what is his involvement? What is he doing?
He trades. What is he trading, Mom?
He's not trading right now.
Then what is he doing?
He's helping them prepare.
Why?
To bring back the divine.
But why?
So that gods can once again walk the earth.
Why should they?
that we can be closer.
Not.
Can you imagine, Kerianna, being able to see the Everlight?
But he wanted to bring back bad ones.
If they can bring back good ones, they can bring back bad ones. And the bad ones are the ones we do not want. Even if they've told him that they could bring back the one that you guys worship, doesn't necessarily mean that that's the one they're gonna bring back. Their intentions are probably not just. Dad's intentions are probably just. I know him. But these people here he is dealing with, they are not.
I know.
He is walking a fine line. I can refrain from following him, but what missions, what quests, whatever you want to call them, that we're on right now, it's going to lead towards him in the end. We have all been connected in the same way. I can't promise you that I won't intervene, because that's the way that we've already slightly intervened in the first time that they tried to bring a god into the world. Mom, I can't promise you I won't. I can promise you I won't now, but eventually the paths will cross. I can protect Dad as much as I can.
He only wants to protect you.
And I know that.
I don't think that bringing the gods back is going to protect her in any way. Think
The
about
Everlight will protect all of us.
beings of immense power. They don't. We're ants to them.
Wasn't the Everlight part of the group that locked away them?
Yes.
So now you're questioning your god's judgment?
He's got a point, Mom.
You would undo your god's work?
Honestly, if you bring them back, they'd probably turn around and poof.
He's probably just using you too. He might not bring back the good ones. It's a trick.
Their
I
goal
know,
is to take down the Divine Gate. That would bring them all back.
Yeah, I know.
And we would be protected.
But taking down the Divine Gate also brings back the Betrayer Gods, does it not?
Yes.
That's what she means by all.
That is certainly the possibility.
Listen,
We don't want that. That's bad.
very
I know.
bad.
I know I will not be able to persuade you, Mom. And I'm sorry for that. But I love you very much, and I love Dad very much. And I don't want this to happen. Because I know for a fact they will only try to bring back the bad ones and get rid of the good ones as fast as they possibly can.
And whatever deal you think you might have with Everlight or whatever asshole with the magic powers, I can promise you they're not going to keep their promises. They never keep their promises.
I can refrain from following Dad. I can make sure that they don't know that I know about Dad's involvement to protect him and make sure that they don't toss him away. And hopefully he stays useful to them, because I know for a fact that once they are done with his usefulness, there is a good chance that they toss him out in some way that we would not want. Even banish him if that meant anything.
I don't think that would happen.
Can I make a religion check to see how many, or get a rough estimate of how many apocalypse prophecies this exact situation as it's being described lines up with? Because I do have a pretty deep relationship with apocalyptic religious visions.
Okay.
It's background stuff.
I know. I mean, I don't know, but I, like, clearly.
Like, I know, but I don't know. Oh!
Yeah, we're re-rolling that one.
Halfling luck! 14.
So that should
Plus.
be 22.
So 22 total.
Is it not showing up? That's weird.
Specific prophecies is what you're asking about?
Yes, but cumulatively.
Like how many?
Like bringing down the divine gates. Like, do I have a rough estimate for how many apocalyptic prophecies that is the hinge moment for?
Yeah, so very likely quite a few. It's a pretty big deal, and it's something that, you know, due to the past, just due to the history of the gods and how they fought on Aelrindel, and the destruction that they caused. You know, it's a pretty common theme among prophecies.
That's pretty much what I had figured.
Yeah, easily, because it's, you know, taking down the divine gate is not something that's easily accomplished, though it is something that is certainly dreamed about by many. I will say.
Jax? Sorry, go ahead.
I will say, with your detect thoughts, since you are pretty deep, or since you were able to go deep, well, while she's talking about this, and since you had that particular question, I will say that it seems like this particular cult, and it is referred to as the Cult of the Divine, so that's fun that you figured that out. The Cult of the Divine is not just this one cult with this big idea. It's many cults that have come together.
It's like all the followers of all the different deities are...
Yep. There's many different cults that have come together with this particular purpose, to bring down the divine gate once and for all, as it benefits them all. You also know that there are not only followers of the betrayer gods, but followers of many of the good ones. And they simply think that it'll be worth it. They all of them separately think that they will be protected by their personal favorite god.
The leopards won't eat my face.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So that's kind of what you get from that.
Jax, what was your mom's name?
Mildred?
Mildred.
Hey.
Mildred, I've been something of a student of religions, and I feel like I have to emphasize to you the dangerous waters in which you are swimming. Gods are bloodthirsty bastards. All of them. They cannot be trusted. They do not care for us. We are less than ants to them. I have seen the world drowned in blood and milk and shit. The apocalypse is never a pretty thing. For these people who want to bring on possibly all the apocalypses at once, it will not end well. I cannot speak for anyone else, but I cannot in good conscience not do anything in the face of people who are endeavoring to bring about such an event.
I don't wholly disagree with you. And their actions are horrendous. You may not even know of what all they've done. Many people have died at the hands of my husband. Not necessarily by him, I suppose, but he has blood on his hands.
I understand
Whatever-
how that is.
Whatever blood he might have on his hands is a matter for a later day. It pales in comparison to the blood on the hands of these cults and the beings they worship. Their atrocities, both in the past and their hoped for future atrocities, are orders of magnitude worse.
Let us help and make sure that he doesn't get any actual blood on his hands. Because that's what's going to happen if he keeps going down this route.
We can hide you in South Warren if they might come after you, or your husband if we can get him there. We've got protections in place.
I would like Kerianna, with either the help of one other person or at advantage, to make a persuasion check.
Not it.
Um,
My
Persuasion?
persuasion is.
Persuasion.
I has +0.
I have good persuasion.
mine's +8.
I think yours is better than mine.
Story-wise, it would go with.
Okay, so one from Kerianna and one from Rin. Please make a persuasion check.
Roll good, roll good.
Ooh.
Hey,
baby.
look.
Wait.
That's a reroll.
Roll it again, Kerianna. Bountiful luck. It's
Still not great. Okay, here I go. $22?
So, under the new rules, I believe it's possible to transfer inspiration.
Earned. Oh, what?
What?
It's possible to give inspiration when you earn it, if you already have it.
Oh, okay. That was it. I remember there's a way to do
She
it.
already used her inspiration.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just
I
like
used mine.
Wins.
He
I
was
was
hoping
gonna-
to pass his off.
I was going to give mine to Kerianna to re-roll, but
I mean, you did earn it, because we voted for you. Based on your actions. But, I mean, like, it's
No,
not...
but he has to earn another one. So, if he had one and had two, he's only got a slot for one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It's like, oh, I can't
Okay.
carry this. Here, you take it.
Well, Well, that doesn't help us here, baby.
Oh, I know.
It's okay. It's okay.
You figured that out.
Good effort. Good effort.
Okay, 22. I suppose, Kerianna, if you're able to talk to him directly, maybe it'll become more real for him.
I can certainly try. I will do what I can with the power that I have to make sure Dad is safe and he's able to come back and life can resume the way it's supposed to be.
And then she's just like, and then just begins to start crying, just tears streaming.
I'm gonna grab my mother.
She buries her head in you and just lets loose. And then she pulls back a little bit and says, if you think that is for the best, I will go into hiding.
We have a place for you. You can come with us. Yes, Ron?
I have an idea. I can't speak openly, but we'll make sure you're safe. You and your husband. And obviously, Kerianna. We want to keep her around, so make sure she's safe too.
She grabs a nearby sort of handkerchief and begins, wiping her eyes. Okay. Let me get my things together. And we can be off.
We still have TeamSpeak?
She stands up
That was earlier in the day.
and she looks at you, Kerianna. She has your hands. She pulls you up to her and she gives you another hug. And then she pulls back, holding your shoulders, and nods, and then she walks upstairs.
No, I don't mean to fuck up the timing of this wonderful scene, but I need a long rest before I can get us back to South Warren. Oh yeah,
I mean,
plants.
Cecily.
yeah, I mean, I could do it.
Or
I haven't used any
friggin'
spells
teleportation circle.
at all.
But
And the teleportation circle doesn't
She's
use
got
a
us.
spell slot.
but
Correct.
Oh.
Oh.
Then
Yeah.
fuck me for interrupting everything. I'm sorry, everyone.
No,
You're
that's
okay.
fine. You didn't really interrupt. Because as she walks upstairs, we're going to go ahead and call it there for the night.
I knew it!
Bring in all the families of South Warren.
We can hide
Come on,
people.
Mama. get
I think
to
up
see
to 4
everything.
now.
well, I might suggest that we stop just openly being like, "Hey, come hide out in Southbourne."
Yeah, if we had everybody in one place, it could cause hey, they're hiding everybody here.
We got an army. What are
we
they gonna
could
do?
pick a couple that they won't know are hiding
Yeah.
there because of my bars stuff. I picked the hide everyone from that I can get 4 people to be magic or anything can't find him. So
Yep.
Okay, all right.
It's
yeah.
secure.
Plus, we were just talking to her, so it's not like there's people spying on us right now.
There might be.
Okay,
yeah,
Ray.
don't jinx us. Kish just voiced that they have those concerns that they're always being watched by this guy somehow. He's
It's very
Ambiguous.
valid concern.
Hence why I was like, hey, does he know about me fully? Does he know that that is my dad? Like, that was a legit concern too.
Wow, you guys. We learned so much.
Wow.
Damn!
We had moments of bonding. Perhaps moments of bondage.
Perhaps.
Look at you, Wally. Wally and Clank.
Smack it.
Sore faces, sore balls, apparently. Whoa.
Alright. Let's go ahead and do our vote really quick. Clank is omitted.
Yeet.
Alright, let's see here. So we will start with Kerianna. Who do you vote for and why? To be clear for everyone watching or listening on the podcast, we are voting for who gets inspiration for next week. The players get to vote on who and why they think deserves inspiration, and then they will get that to use next week. But they lose it at the end of the session if they don't use it.
Like me.
Like Clank.
I've rolled 1 dice today.
Yeah.
Should have advantaged it.
It was already good.
Should have done it anyway.
Right.
Kerianna.
Ooh. Okay. Wally. For following my dad. For sticking there and learning as much as he possibly can and just being like insightful, I guess you could say. Like top notch. Like you looked at me and you're like, oh shit, something's up. Okay, you know what? Let's go ahead and follow this guy, you know. Be away for about an hour and get all this information.
Sounds good. Let's see. Cecily.
Carry on for all that role play here at the end.
All right. Kish.
Honorable mentions. Volume following the dad was Clank's idea, reminding people. But Volume, you had some clever freaking stuff busted out there. Kerianna's RP, excellent. Cecily always cracks me up, like with some of the kitchen conversation and stuff. But I think today I want to toss it to Ren for the clever approach with the haggling, with like submitting themselves as a guinea pig to schmooze over the shopkeep, and saving some coin for some what's probably going to be vital potions in the future with a lot of the stuff that's come up today. It's like, we're going to be going into some shit. So my vote is for Ren.
William.
All of my my instincts are based on RP. Kish for being drunk and then hungover at the very beginning of the session. That was really good. I'm really torn between Ren and Kerianna because there was a lot of like character depth and background reveal stuff that like really helped build the characters out and also like move the story along.
Yeah, the conversation between Wally and Ren in the bedroom was golden. They'll like close the door.
Steps
what
in,
did you say?
slowly closes the door. What did you say?
So great. Oh, so good. Always flip a coin if you're really torn.
Yeah, I am, but I think I have to go with Kerianna for today because it was so central to everything we did this session. Like, yep, that's my vote.
Okay, sorry. Who was it? Kerianna or
Kerianna.
Kerianna.
Kerianna. Karen.
Karen.
No.
Karen.
All right. Rin.
Oh, Kerianna for sure.
Give me your manager.
For
excellent RP, tons of like. I mean, like we didn't get like a lot of like background information, but it really felt like we were knowing the character and getting to really like know the character and see what's important to her, and that's great.
Yeah, it's all that stuff I couldn't put it into words. I was just like, yeah, the RP.
You know that stuff.
Too long didn't read the
all that
RP
jazz,
for
all
sure.
that
Clank.
Nice.
Kerianna for RP. I don't think it mattered at that point, but
It does matter.
All right, Kerianna. You have it. You have inspiration for next week. Congratulations.
Woo! Use it wisely.
Thanks, guys. Oh, I will.
I just forgot about it, and
Or just don't.
we'll lose it.
Yeah, don't be like Matt. You'll definitely use it.
This is an RP heavy roll light, session. It happens sometimes. But
Yeah.
good stuff, It worked out.
I just rolled so good the first time, I didn't even need it.
You still get the trophy of having been voted. It's still something.
Just giving him grief.
Well, with that, thank you all so much for joining us this evening, especially those of you that stuck around the entire time. We really appreciate it. We will see you next Sunday. But until then, we love you very much. Good night.
Bye, casters.